So I've hit go live. We should be that now.
Go live.
If we could remove the potential endorsement to gambling that's on the screen, that would be great.
What, gambling?
Is there an endorsement to gamble?
Oh, there is.
Well,
Hold on, let me
It's
just...
It's not an endorsement.
Please... I can't
Sound is
write...
happening, so I assume it's fine. So
Okay, and you heard player audio, yeah?
yeah.
I
Okay.
can't see your stream up yet.
Okay.
It's just because I'm a super fan.
I got
so
it, I got it.
Get
here.
I get early access.
For a second I thought
And
you
it
say I
sounds
get
fine.
ectoplasm. I was like, sure? Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Thankfully, I'm borderline
Yeah, you're right.
illiterate, so it's impossible to read what I've written. Otherwise, that would be unfortunate.
Fucking hell. Yep. More and more of these sessions start with me just exclaiming "fucking hell," and do you know
It's
what?
fine. I will change it. Right now, it's just please gam.
Okay. This almost is
Or-
like that. Was it Keep Gaming Simpsons episode?
Please game. Yes, even better. Right.
I don't know why I'm being like offered
This
that
is-
credit.
Please do not vote. This is the accelerationist's guide to defeating the Tories. Simply let them win.
If we let them win, then the proletariat will come round to the revolution at a much faster rate.
Any day now. Any day.
It's happened before, and by George,
What? No.
he was in power the last time it happened.
Yeah.
Oh, some deep cuts. Some deep cuts.
Any Georgians in the chat?
Does that mean the
Any
same
Geor-
thing as what you think it means? Like,
Any Georgists in the chat?
oh dear.
Probably.
Any Georges in the chat also? Why not?
I mean, there's a lot of Georgist philosophy coming out from San Francisco tech people, but they just don't realise they're Georgists.
I see.
And to be fair, isn't that the point of San Francisco tech people? To come up
Yeah.
with ideas that someone already had?
The good thing about Georgists is that they're really useful for the initial stage of the revolution, and then they're really small and weak.
So,
That's why I've been listening to Russian Revolution podcasts.
Okay.
so welcome to Starfinder, the Fragments of Eternity, session
Hi, Siren.
113.
I just wouldn't worry about it, Siren. It's all good.
We have been live
so
for
totally good.
3 minutes just, and we have got the title out. We're doing well. Also, hi, Siren.
And no actionable content.
Yet.
Siren, I know
And-
that I said hi to you first.
I don't know what you're expecting, Ryan. It's 18 minutes past 7. We don't start until like an hour 40 minutes late.
Yeah, but I just want
Really?
to. Yeah, but we need to catch Callum up in that 40 minutes. That's why we need to start now. Hell.
Yeah, we've got Callum back. That's
Yes.
great.
So, spoiler alert. Here are the players. I guess I'll just fuck my intro. Here are the players.
Is that a
Yes. Yeah, is that a spoiler though?
Sure.
I mean,
What's your favourite
but
spoiler?
yeah, hello, I'm
spoiler?
Nico.
Oh,
I'm playing Zora, the Vest Captain. There we go, I did it.
he did.
What order are we in now? It's Colin next.
Oh shit! So it is. I forgot about that.
Christ,
So
you're supposed to be professional.
I am a pro. My name in Discord at the moment is Ronald McDonald Pleasance. I had a different name that was similar that I thought was funny, but then I thought it wasn't as instantly recognised.
I quite enjoyed your name this time round. I thought it was quite good.
Thank
yeah,
you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ryan.
The Donald Pleasancy
yeah.
thing. I liked it.
I will this time be playing. I say this time because this isn't Wednesday, but that doesn't make any context. You know what? Never. Doesn't make any context. Anyway, hi, I'm Colin. I'll be playing Lyco Quint.
That's what happens when I don't go first.
Space Cop Coast to Coast.
And then it's me.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
It is.
Hi, it is I, Alex. I'll be playing Weird, the android mechanic. See, Colin, that's all you had to do.
No, I'm not playing the Android Mechanic though. That's
Oh,
wrong.
sorry. If we all played android mechanics, it would be easier.
That's
yeah, maybe.
probably a lot
Yeah.
easier.
Simpler.
I suppose.
Next Starfinder game, right? The one straight after this one. Yeah.
We're just mechanics
Yeah.
in the car hole.
Yes. The ones that took over.
Starfind.
That will be the first time we pay any attention to the mechanics.
Yep, that's
I was clapping for
Do you know
myself.
something?
I don't think
Do you know,
it came across the
Colin,
stream.
well done. That was funny. that was good. Do you know what? Have inspiration.
Hey,
Well
thank
done.
you.
Should we invite the new boy in?
Maybe.
We should
I need
probably.
to, I think what I'll do, I'll need to get a wee soundboard with applause and laughter and
Like whoa, 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 whoa,
everyone's
whoa.
intro.
Oh god, like
Um,
Vuvuzelas.
Yeah.
Only if we
And then
take hobbits
actually,
to
I could just come
Isengard.
up. I could just come up with like key phrases, and then I wouldn't actually need to ever be here, and you could just.
To be honest, I
Play.
pitched this to you like months and months ago. Give me a
Yeah, I
Zig
know, but I
soundboard.
You did, yeah.
Speaking of sound, hi,
And with
I am Callum, and I will be playing Zig, the mystical space rat from the sun. Rat Boy is back boy. Well,
Is that when you meant to scream all right? Is that the next line?
Alright.
Thank you. The voice of boy bands everywhere. And feminism. Oh dear. Yeah, so also
I suppose I
I'm
need a woe in there as well.
yeah, you did that too.
Whoa.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I'm also Ryan, the GM. It's the 24th of
Yes.
January, 2022. And here are the goals the party have.
Oh, he tossed. He had to get his intro in somehow, right?
Mhm.
Have a personal hand in the death of Demigash. And yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
What is it good for?
I was supposed to come up with one, and then sort of didn't. So
Which is your battle
apparently
cry.
Michael-
Every time you
It
fail
is.
to come
It
up with
is,
a goal.
Ryan. Yes, I'm
and you
aware
don't.
of this. Have a personal hand in the death of death, which actually is kind of fitting for an undead character in a sci-fi game.
Who has at least died twice in universe, at least.
One of the many things I have in common, Ryan, with. I even finished that sentence, I'm sorry. Sorry,
I just like the fact that it sounded like you were
Bingo card-
censored just by the car noises.
if you have the bingo card ready, that's you could take that one off. I'm not even going to finish it.
Does Ryan get to swear 3 times in a row, like, before the actual game officially starts? Yeah. Oh, okay. Weird. What's your goal?
Find Alice.
Okay, Zig. What's your goal? Don't mute.
Hold on, I dropped my microphone. Well, I didn't drop it. I did not attach it to this stand. So
Download the
now-
lies end, Callum.
Hello.
I
Were you
what is
even
my
in
goal?
rehab? Like, we'll never know.
Do I have goals? Yes, I do. Have you not done that yet? Shocking.
It's
I'm
your
shocked.
goal!
I know, but
Yeah.
I thought maybe someone would take some initiative while I was gone on holiday.
We left
Um,
initiative in the rules.
Family reunion, reunite. Dry Queens.
Do you want to do the rest?
General goals. Enact plan with the bioweapon. I feel like that was there last time too.
yeah.
What is this?
Oh, strap in for those, Callum.
Anti-Urgalast plan. These seem very familiar. Find out whomst is responsible for Dazzle reactor attack. That's new.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
new. I'm kind of concerned about that. Hand over query to Emma. Oh, sad.
We are now responsible for the Dazzle reactor attack. Spoiler.
Loop in as many allies into Plan B. What's Plan B?
I don't remember.
Fire all the guns. I said the exact same thing, and I think Plan B is all the guns.
Plan B is
Plan B.
literally just...
Plan
have to
bomb.
do what you
Okay,
want.
okay. So B for bomb. Get it.
No, how like
Ah,
those,
okay.
you see it a lot in American, like, kind of family movies where the parents of, like, kids and whatnot, they have, like, if some trouble happens at school, they'll phone, like, the family phone tree, and it'll be, like, all the parents and stuff in the neighbourhood that they know, to get, some, what do you call it, PTA action on the go. It's like that, but with guns. So everybody you know with guns, and you're going to point them at Urgalas. That's the Plan B.
Oh yeah. Okay. That's not Plan A.
No. Plan A is,
Yeah.
well, Plan A is
Hopefully,
the bioweapon.
let them die to a bioweapon. And,
Yeah. Nothing ever goes wrong with bioweapons.
yeah.
Is that
I
your
mean,
official
we could
position,
play-
Alex? Or
No.
okay,
It's my sarcastic position.
cool. just for clarity.
And then
and
combat
legal
goal
reasons.
level, the best goals there.
Yes.
Yep. Oh, excellent.
That does.
Like I never left.
It is actually. Like you never left. It's as
In that we haven't progressed at all.
yeah. Right now, the thing we normally do before goals. What do you remember from last time?
Be weird.
So,
Went a wee reactor inspection.
Yeah, it's a hell of a plan we came up with.
Yeah. What?
That was something. Yeah.
Than anyone expected.
Do you want to tell Callum the first idea you had about investigating the reactor, or want to just leave it to mystery?
Well, I was just going to stop back and keep edgy, but I wasn't really going to keep edgy because how could I keep edgy? Well, weird, kind of just phase through shit. And had a look.
Because that's often worked really well when we're dealing with technology.
If it's a reactor, it's not going to go wrong in the way that a starship goes wrong.
How
It
do
could go
you
wrong much
figure?
worse.
That's good.
No, to be fair, if you're just going through walls, you're probably fine there. Yeah. But,
So what's on the other side of the walls that worries me?
So the phrase reactor walls is actually really, really crucial in reactor design.
Yeah, but as long as it's not actually the specific wall that we're.
Do you think that would stop weird?
I've got an anti-radiation suit now, so
Yeah. Yep. It's what could possibly go wrong. I mean, I'm here for it personally.
But yeah, then we decided to use like our actual connections and like professions and stuff, like fucking intelligent, non-barbaric human beings. And we got Lyco to write us up the official documents so I could get in as well. And we just masqueraded as an inspection agency and a vessel liaison, which isn't really
Yeah, I wasn't really
masquerading.
masquerading because I.
Yeah.
you just walked in with a step ladder and a bucket, and that was you sorted. Like,
Pretty much, man. Pretty
we are
much.
now the interplanetary nuclear
Safety
non-proliferation
inspectors. Like,
inspectors. Yeah.
oh, these
look
are
at my
known as,
official overalls.
these are known as Sector 7G. Yeah. Sure, it'll go down very well. This is only the fifth
7G gives you
catastrophe.
a different form of novel coronavirus.
Sure, we can go that
I'm
political if you
sorry,
want.
that was a lazy one.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was pretty bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, no, it wasn't my best work.
And then we done a wee bit of poke maroon, and we've kind of just figured out that it's an inside job. Ish.
Sure, yeah.
An inside job prodded by outside people.
Okay. So yeah, that I just seem to recall
You know,
that
it's
the
like
last
fucking
line was like
hikers or
what was it?
campers. Outside people.
Did we not do everything as planned or something along the lines? Right, it wasn't exactly like that, but
pretty
pretty
much
did
get the
we know.
impression that
Yeah.
you were a representative of whoever had them do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, any questions, Callum?
Yes, but we can move on.
Oh,
Okay.
also, I was there too. Not there physically in that location. I was sort of with Zenaida, got her to get some tests done so that I can assist with Shakos, and then I went back to get some done myself for story reasons to do with get more stabby arm.
Yes. Do you want to loop Callum in a bit more in the Shakos situation, since you did miss all of that, I believe?
Yes, I do. So Shakos has obviously been sort of out of commission for a while now, and we've been sort of trying to get around to seeing her. So I visited Versus again, and sort of the Steward HQ, and she's been sort of not quite comatose because they've also sort of not been able to make psychic contact. Zenaida sort of, I'm saying sort of a lot. I don't know why. I'm
That's
qualifying
okay.
everything with sort of, and Zenaida attempted contact or something. I'm not entirely clear on what she did, but she sort of confirmed there was still someone in there, that she wasn't just an empty shell, say. But they've not been able to resuscitate her, and it was sort of comparable to shit. There's something I'm forgetting.
Query? No?
No, that's not what I'm thinking of.
Because remember, Query had intermittent brain signal after
maybe it is what I'm thinking of.
for his kind of coma after the trip through his mind you all took. Which also happened, by the way.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
I think that's when you left us, right? Like you left on that one?
He was there for that one. I think he was there for that. Weren't you there for that when we went
No.
to his brain place? No, we weren't there for when
No,
you went to his brain place. Okay.
We were on the decision time of that.
Well, Query is definitely Edgar, and he basically led Aspis, and he gave the void egg, which was actually what was powering that what was the name of the station? Yeah, the Absalom to Urglass in his world. So he's completely to blame, and he's a piece of shit. Maybe.
But in his world, Urglass was not an Elibrian. He was
I'm pretty sure it was the radiation egg.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said the void egg. I said that again. I know what I said. I meant radiation egg.
Yep. Okay,
That
cool.
was what
I know you meant it. That's why I said it.
Yeah.
And yes, as Colin was saying there, like it seems like there were Elibrians, not Yoxians. The difference being that undead part.
Or wait, am I getting it the wrong way around? So it was
Was he a bone sage? Was he not a bone sage? Was he not?
Yeah, I thought it was the other way around. I thought he was.
He was just like the leader of the bone sages, essentially. Am I right in that? I
Find
did
any
that right.
reference in their world to Cindiel?
Correct. So
I my understanding.
no
of it
Cindiel,
may have been mistaken.
and God, now you are making me question what I wrote. Christ. This is what you get for having an alternate universe bullshit, right? Never write a game this complicated, never mind twice. So, okay, let's go back. Where were we? Let's go back. Wandered through Query's mind. That was session 110, apparently. Okay, so, things I've noted down. Nyx was weird. Weird was Nyx. He's got that. Alice was the researcher in charge of...
Yeah.
The reactor.
She was going out with Query, probably. Very lovey-dovey.
Yeah.
And Query was in charge of Aspis. Okay. And Emma O was in charge of the stewards. You remember that?
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah, I forgot that, but that was...
SK Isabel was basically the same. Worked for Aspis though and left. Trying to think what else. All the notes we got.
Did we say MLO was the head of stewards?
Yep, covered that one.
Said that one. Yeah.
Yep. And yeah, your Urgalas in charge of the again the Yoxian representation, the Bone Sages. It would have been Bone Sages, and yeah, there was no like Sindile anywhere in the
because I essentially imagined it as he was in Cindile's place.
Mm-hmm.
But a bit aggressive.
Yeah. Also, it seemed like Query had tried to escape with the egg as well to flee Bone Sages, and then crashed on Octurn.
Oh yeah, neglected to tell us about that part. Or something.
Idea.
Silly sausage.
Yeah. I think that's everything from that one. Anyway. I'm just trying to rack my brain to see that, because that was a while ago. That was the 15th of November. So.
I think that's like most of the important stuff in the way, though. It was mostly just the Query brain stuff. Query's doing a coma. There was a lot of Shakos stuff, figuring out what happened with Shakos. And me and Weird went to, well, we've been asked about on the ship, and then we made bombs. We made null space chambers. No, we made multi-destinational null space chambers. That's what. Sorry, not bombs.
Oh, okay.
There was no bombs.
It's just an easy like mental in. It's like my notes. Yep. So just to cover in case any of this brings any memories up, we've got Session 111 had Lyko bought Dr. Helene's book to run through, which is called System-Wide Shared Psychosis, which was about her belief that everybody's, like, believing in the Greys incorrectly, I guess is the best way to do
A
that.
surprisingly timely title, considering some stuff that's sort of been.
I mean, fair. I would agree. It's not like this is a zeitgeisty game anyway. Where else are we here? You discovered there was a Madonna-like pop star, Lashunta, called Rayla. From her.
Okay, so it's next on my hit list.
And her song Beautiful Stranger refers to the Greys, because she was one of the only people covered by the book that seemed to be high profile, that wasn't the equivalent of farmers and more rural people.
Okay.
We've then got Party go to Q-Bob and sell the Vesk torpedoes, so they had their 6 mil budget to spend. I believe
I heard that wrong.
Yeah.
I heard that completely wrong.
Was
As well.
I heard that completely wrong.
Okay, what did you just hear?
I was like, can you
So the best two kilos.
Oh no!
Right,
no,
okay.
that's not what
Selling the Vesk. I don't know if they were.
And then I was like, oh wait, is this
Are the
another one
Vesk
of
on brand for No, anyway, so
No, moving swiftly.
the
We're not
Vesk
that close. 9 twice.
selling 2 Q-Bob, the Vesk heavy torpedoes. Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. To give you
Yeah,
guys a
Can't
6
believe
million
I wasn't
budget.
the one who made that.
I'm genuinely shocked myself, to
I
be
didn't
honest.
even hear it like that. I just heard torpedoes.
Like,
I
come on,
totally
person.
heard torpedoes.
I know, like
I was like, what? Okay, no, that's not what you just said.
my excuse is I've been traveling all day, so my brain's tired. You know, normally I'm sharp and awake and alert
Yeah.
Yep.
at
Famously.
all times.
So the party did that, and then the incident at the reactor was mentioned. Okay.
Yeah.
And the party were like, oh dear. Lyko ate a trippy fish when he had dinner with Thanida, and had some.
I got fancy fish soup, and it was crack.
It was just expensive as well.
No, it wasn't crack. It's more like a hallucinogenic.
So that happened. Him and Thanida had a nice time, ultimately as well. And then session 112, which was our last one, which was, Hotel, Vision, Lyko. Lyko talks to Dr. Helene about the Greys. Talk about a book deal about the Barai as well.
Ooh.
Yes. Shopping was done by the others, which is what we'll talk about in a second. Then I made a note specifically for Nico, which says Thanida's vault access for Void Egg.
Yes.
That's for you, Nico.
Nice.
That note.
That's a good
Yes.
note.
Yes, it's mostly because last week we had that question of why did we want Thanida to be on a Triaxis, and none of us could even remember until one of us eventually did.
I guess we all just assumed Zig could do that himself sometimes,
Yeah.
which makes no sense, and yet we did.
No, I knew
It's
Finite
fine.
needs to be
Zig
done
will
for that.
fix it.
Yeah,
I just
Zig broke it, you can
remember.
fix it. Yep. Yep.
You broke it, you bought it.
But that was like plan A, kind of hinged on like using the vault access as bait for Urgalas with Zig and Thanida. That is what part
Yes.
of plan A's discussion was. I've also wrote here that Zig has a budget for shopping, which is 40k plus 3 goals worth of stuff. Because I let Lyko buy his super expensive blades, and we scored out 3 of his completed goals. 2.
40k, you say?
No, I didn't say that at all. How dare you? Possibly go back and see the exact dialogue I said. What else did we have? I've wrote a word here that I can't read anymore, so that's gone. Louis! There we go. It's came back to me
Oh,
now.
I thought this was going to be another reference to. Never mind.
No, this is Louis, the Showbad Noodle informant. As I wrote,
Okay.
that's exactly what he was
Showbad
putting.
noodles are like the trope of like genre fiction in this
Yeah.
setting, where it's like if you're gonna have like a shady meeting, you do it at a Showbad noodle shop.
I
for
love the
some
idea that like
reason.
the share price goes up anytime there's been crime, so you need info. Like nobody eats these noodles; they just buy them as a way to,
Yeah.
launder bribe money.
a great idea, actually. I like that.
Yeah, hey, that is part of this
one of
game.
those things where, like, I genuinely wonder if that's a thing that people are doing in their own Starfinder campaign.
Yeah.
Because, like, one of the things we talked about after 13th, sorry to sidetrack you a little bit, I'll be
Carry
brief,
on.
was like, obviously a certain icon died in our 13th game. And I won't specify who it was, but I looked at the subreddit and I looked on Twitter, and there was like a specific thing I saw in the subreddit
You are
talking
giving
about
me
what
anxiety.
icons died off in your campaigns.
Mhm.
And the most common one
Dear
was
God.
the one that died off in our campaign.
Yeah,
So
no, I
it
recall
seems
that
to
as
be like
well.
a
Yeah.
trope
Mhm.
that there's a certain icon that gets killed off, and I can guess some of the reasons why that might be.
It's 100% the sheer responsibilities listed in their
Yeah,
text box.
they're in a position where it's like, oh, such and such has died. How will everything keep together now? Like, yeah, there's definitely a
Which is weird because
an
obviously
element.
I'd done that in like a vacuum, that story element. So it was funny because I remember you'd come back and said that like not long after the game, and I was like, that's so weird because it felt like to me when I was obviously writing, it felt like the natural choice for that exact reason. So it is funny that that's been the common trend. I know we're
And so I
talking
wonder-
super vaguely. It's probably dead info really for people watching.
Yeah, I'm just being vague just in case
Yes.
anybody like ever hears this and wants to do their own 13th and doesn't want to worry about
And
being
because
trophy,
Sirens in my Friday game based entirely on a prequel to 13th.
What about that?
Yes.
Yeah,
That's why I
let's not
mentioned the
even talk about
anxiety. Yes.
Yeah, so like, but I just wonder if there are Starfinder tropes that have arisen organically in the community that aren't explicitly based on source
I'd
material.
like to find that out, to be honest. That would be quite fun.
There must be.
Yeah. I mean, Old Man Guns is a trope.
Skittermanders are dope, and
Yeah.
that's it.
I think a pet Skittermander must be quite common, right?
Yeah, I would guess.
yeah.
So, yeah.
That feels right. Because that feels like a mascot waiting to happen. The setup for that. Non-human parties, maybe? Right? Like, that'd be nice. Rather than human-centric, but that's quite common in most games as human-centric. For obvious reasons, us being humans. What else? Yeah, I assume Eox is a big pivotal point plot-wise for most people. Right? It's the big spooky
think so.
planet. So, it's not even the only spooky planet, it's just like the active spooky planet.
And I'm guessing as well that a lot of people would use the gap. Like, obviously, it's been important in our story. The way that it functions, you don't have to touch it. You can literally just use it as a divider so that you don't have to think too much about the Starfinder setting. Pathfinder
yeah.
setting, right? It's literally it. Don't worry if this contradicts things that happened in the previous Pathfinder game you ran. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine.
Even
It's
if you're playing
partly
a
there
character
for that.
from there, with like the legacy races, like at the back of the book.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
If they appear and you can just go, but how did that work with because don't know.
Mhm.
Nobody knows.
No one
We'll
knows.
never
The
know.
gap
The
did
magic says you can't know. It's
Plus,
fine.
I love the bit entry in the book that basically says that either the gods don't want to tell you or they don't know. And I like that. I like the fact that they still leave that open, right? So that's good. It's a good kind of thing. But yeah, if anybody out there ever finds this in the terrible, bleak dystopian now that we live in, please comment on any of the Starfinder tropes that exist in many of the games. Or don't. Either or. But yeah, other than that, I think... What else happened? So, back to the catch-up. Lyco authorised Zora and Weird. By the way, I originally wrote Vesk/Weird, so I actually scored out Vesk and wrote Zora over it because I felt really bad that my
Wow.
default was to write Vesk. Yeah, it's because obviously you were a Vesk like liaison in a way. But yeah, then I just wrote Weird because I couldn't be arsed writing like fucking reactor safety inspector or whatever. So yeah. So, like authorised credentials for them to assist the steward's investigation, and I believe like whatever like shell company called Shell Company or whatever it was called,
Link.
Shellink, yes, made 10 grand on this. So, yep, that's nice. From the stewards, the foreman of the reactor, as well, asked Zora why they're asking. About what's happening, implying Vesk involvement, and Thanida also confirmed Shakos brain activity. So much so that she even kind of got like a glimpse of like the friendship that Shakos and Lyko have. So yeah, that's pretty much my notes from what Callum missed. So, any questions, Cal?
Yeah, but we can move on.
Okay, cool.
That's just gonna be my answer from now on.
I was gonna say I just saw you to set up your soundboard already. I was like, oh, good.
Yeah.
Yep. Move on.
Right, hold on. Sure, I can probably do that.
Oh dear.
While we.
I mean, well, what? Like, there's no waiting. We're good to go.
I was gonna say while we wait.
Yeah. Like, while we specifically wait on you doing that. Yes.
Well, you are.
Oh,
While
excuse me.
you wait.
But no, specifically, Callum, let's open with you. Why not? Screw it.
Okay.
We're doing it live. So.
Nor.
So Zig, you're back in the temple, the Solar Monastery, as we know it. Pretty much where we left you several sessions ago, and you had your kind of one-on-one dialogue with Edzo 14, and then I know we didn't even go back over that stuff, but here we are. We're telling it now. They go about their business as per usual, day to day, etc. And you do what? What do you do? What's your plan now that you're back?
No, I'm trying. Yeah, see.
Which butterfly to step
is,
on this time?
Yes. What should I do now? Is Sindael still there?
In your immediate vicinity, no. They
Okay,
backed
cool.
off to make sure they were out of the camera shot for the Edzo 14 scene.
Okay, cool. I'm just checking. I think Zig would just kind of look around, and he'd probably. I don't think he would interact with anyone he saw. He would just kind of wander around the halls a bit.
And for the most part as well,
Take it in.
no one's particularly paying attention to you either.
Yeah.
Yeah, which maybe isn't super obvious at first, but maybe the more you think about it, or maybe if you consider speaking to people or whatever, you notice that nobody's really acknowledging you.
Okay, yeah, and I guess he continues to kind of just wander around, and then, makes his way to the. I think he'd go to where the solar egg would be.
I mean,
and
where it
I
is,
think
right?
Yeah, well, where it is, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if it's there in real life.
He's expressing a lack of confidence, I feel.
I've played this game.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So you head into
and,
the main kind of temple chamber room.
yeah.
You walk down the steps into the kind of the pitted area where the students stand, and then you walk up the steps at the other side, and then on the altar itself is the big golden egg itself glowing away, and standing to the side of it is Sindael, just kind of staring at it, kind of with his eyes closed, basking in its light.
I think Zig would maybe it was Sindael on to the side of it.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah,
remember, we should still have that map somewhere. Give me 2 wee seconds.
Yeah.
I'll pull that back up for. Let's go all the way back. Wonder how messy it is actually. I've not been down to it in a while.
All the bodies.
Yeah. Let's see. I'll have a wee sneak preview. Okay, that's not too bad. Actually, it's relatively okay. Let's move over to it. And
Okay,
let me just edit that and then save that.
Wow.
It's because
It's a void. A dark void.
I just
Dark void.
Oh, no, it's not.
in the dark void, in
So-
the dark.
I zoom out a bit. I had to delete the what do you call it? And the lighting.
That was
The lighting.
familiar. Why was that familiar?
And then
Is that like in the dark, dark house in the dark, dark
yeah, it's
night?
the
there's
skeletons, right? On a dark street.
skeletons thing.
Oh yeah!
I can never remember the
yeah.
actual words to it, so I just say dark, dark insert thing.
So
And just
there's
keep
that
going.
there.
Okay, that's why I know it.
Other
That-
things on
that's-
here as well, by the way, just so you know, we've got some Laura Dern there as well. Get these chappies here as well.
Laura Dern and an egg emoji.
Yeah. Well, Laura Dern plays Grace in the game, remember?
I
So,
completely forgot that.
yeah. So yeah. Wonderful Laura Dern. Another casting role Stephen had missed. Goodbye, Laura. Also, my favourite thing is the amount of egg emojis that are actually on this layer that you just can't see is hilarious. But yes,
Just
so
all the eggs.
we've got Clerg, wonderful Radiant Supreme. We've got good old Lantoral, and her unnamed Paladin bodyguard.
Looks like a mech.
He definitely looks like he's in some kind of like performance enhancing suit. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. And we also have cheeky hiding there without a good token. Actually, it must have been back in the day of bad tokens.
That's it.
We got some Edzo 14.
Woo! My best friend.
Yeah.
Oh,
My second best friend.
So
Um,
so yeah.
Easily top 5.
So yep, Sindel would be Sindel would be like just standing at the side there.
yeah, okay. I think Zig would go to the opposite side and just kind of sit with his back to the
Altar thing.
egg and just kind of like leaning on it.
Mhm.
And he would close his eyes, just take a deep breath, and kind of just take in it being present.
Yep.
And then I guess he would just kind of think out loud. What next?
Don't know what next. Indeed, right? I think it's a really great statement just to make in this moment.
Yeah. And then yeah, he's just gonna, I think, take just that brief. I say brief second. He's probably there for a good few seconds. And then stand up, kind of take in his surroundings, and kind of walk round to Sundial.
Yep, and he's still got his eyes
And
closed,
then-
just kind of staring.
And I think he'll say, I should probably stop coming back, hey?
Go.
There he is, the boy!
Hmm. Just like get him on the screen. I thought I had a token for Sindel. I really did, but apparently it has been misplaced, which is very Sindel of him. Apparently he doesn't have a token, which I honestly could have sworn existed.
He definitely had a token.
Right? Like,
Yeah.
I remember seeing the token. Or maybe my brain has inserted this memory. Isn't
alright.
it great that false memories actually are a real thing?
Yeah.
Like, of all the fucking fads in psychology to actually be a real thing, most of what we remember is just complete fiction. All memory is indistinguishable from imagination. Trust nothing.
Because if I do this, it just does this. It doesn't give me the token like I wanted it to. Good old Sindel. His crazy chicken legs that we don't have anymore. God, he was glorious. One of the party's strongest allies. Yup. Yup. That guy.
That's great.
He is pretty great, to be fair. But yes, so he's standing there basking, and then can you deliver your line of dialogue again for him?
Yeah. It was. Yeah. I should probably stop coming back. Hey.
He kind of looks at you and says, just looks down and just smiles at you briefly, and then says, "It would be recommended to limit the repeat trips."
Hmm.
And he kind of just stares at you and smiles a bit.
Well. What journey would you recommend? And then he'll like, I guess, kind of maybe crawl a bit kind of closer to the egg as well. Um, just looking at it, does it seem like brighter or dimmer or different to? Because I know at one point we had
Well,
the two eggs.
why
And
don't
there
you
was
give me a wee cheeky roll?
oh, hang! Oh my! Oh dear! Oh
Mm-hmm.
dearie me!
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what would you like?
I don't care.
Disguise.
Yeah, sure. Roll it. Okay, and what was that secretly? It was probably a perception, right? Or
Yeah, I'll
no.
roll perception.
Yeah, thanks. Hey,
I'm slightly better at perception.
slightly. Yeah, just so like
31's not a bad roll.
It isn't bad, but like 22 higher is better.
Yes, traditionally, yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, considering I rolled 3 higher on my perception
Yeah.
than I did my disguise, that's
Now, do you remember the egg you returned to the Solar Monastery in the present timeline seemed to be from a different point in time than the one that was already at the Solar Monastery.
yes.
That Clerg had said Sindel had put there.
Aha, yes.
Yes. And then you took that one away. Remember?
Yeah.
And then you left the one that seems like closer to like sorry, you left the younger one and you're taking the one that seems closer to hatching. So that's the one the
Yes.
party have on the ship is the one that's closer to hatching. Okay. I know that's a bit complicated, but I think you're with me. So
Yep.
this looks identical to the one you left the Solar Monastery with.
Okay.
So
Well, I think that
if you're
that's
tracking this,
comforting.
that means that in theory, Sindel should take this to the Solar Monastery, ideally.
Okay, cool.
And I'll put Sindel on the map finally. There he is. What are we talking?
Yay.
I'm going to move him a step back so he can be seen.
Overall, my.
Over your stats, yeah. Yep. So hopefully that makes sense.
Yep, that makes sense.
Good.
I'm trying to remember what I said now.
It's okay. Start the scene again. I don't mind if you want to.
What did I say? Probably something.
You were talking about
along
like
the
I should
lines-
probably stop coming back here, and then
yeah.
and he said it is like ill-advised to do repeat journeys.
Yeah, for sure. I think I think he said. So what journey would you recommend next?
Yeah, and you
think
said that to
it's
him, and he
Something
smiled,
like that.
and like Sindel smiles, kind of novelly, and then he looks at you and he says, "Where would you want to go?"
Where I'm needed.
And he kind of like narrows his eyes when you say that, and he tilts his head to this side, and he says, "And where is that?"
Everywhere.
Blah! You just explode. So does
Christopher
the
Nolan.
and so does the universe, and that's it. Done. It's one of those loopholes you see. If you collapse the universe around Zig, he is everywhere. But seriously, though, the game though.
Yeah, Zig would take a good second and it's going to sound cheesy, but he's going to go like, I guess, with my friends.
Dum, dum, dum. I'm assuming
And
at
he
this
gets
point that's some
teleported
pop song.
literally just over to the other side of the hall where Ed 14 is.
Yeah. They probably like if this was shot from like the back of like the temple and it was just looking at you two and the egg was there. In between would just be Edzo 14 walking by the entranceway at that exact moment, framed in the background. But yeah, I think Sundale looks at it and says, "And who are they?"
I was going to say Demadvin for a second.
At least you'd remember that
And-
she exists rather than Zora.
Yeah, but
A
I don't
Vesk.
know why. Because it was not who like my brain was thinking of, but the name Demadvin popped up, and I was like,
Yeah,
oh,
okay.
okay.
Yeah, it's good.
But no, I think he would just take a deep breath and say, oh, now I need to think of the ordering of how to say this.
Okay.
Like offending. Right.
That's him just basically clarifying that this is his order of like
Mhm.
like best to worst, right? So whoever gets mentioned last here, you should probably be quite hot.
Thanks, Nico.
Okay. So he goes, I'd like Weird, Michael, Zora, Alice, except not Alice because she's not there. Is Alice there? No, she's not. Established it.
I mean,
And you see all this. of
but you
course.
know Alice is somewhere. You've seen her.
Alice is somewhere. I've
In-
seen
in the
Alice
tank,
as well,
remember?
yeah, so I know where. I know where Alice is.
She's in the back of the tank.
I don't know where she is. I know where she is.
Mhm.
So maybe he'll refrain from listing everyone in case of getting. So core crew, I guess.
So do you mention Alice or not?
I think he goes to
Mhm.
and then doesn't.
Okay. But you specifically don't mention Cece or Edgar or Thanaida or, like Ivan or
Yeah,
Finn.
I think
or-
what happens is he goes to say Alice in an attempt, and he's going to start listing all his friends in the. I was going to say current universe, but whatever universe. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The prime timeline?
And then goes to stop because the chances of everyone being anywhere near the same place, and he'll just get probably, I don't know, think in his head he's like, oh well, if I'm going to be sent somewhere, they'll just take the location of everyone and then come up with a location that's in between all of them equally, and he'll end up somewhere else.
Okay.
So, whereas if that happens with only 3 people, then at least, well, depending where they are, you'll find somebody maybe.
Okay, yeah. So you list primarily like I believe weird like Zora, right?
Yeah.
That was the order you gave me. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm not a slight trend.
I mean,
It's
it
fine.
was your preamble that really solidified that, though, wasn't it? Right?
Yeah.
It was
I
fantastic.
mean, if you just not said anything,
Yeah.
I know.
so there you go.
It's more like who would roll off the tongue first. It's not like, oh, this is my favorite.
Uh-huh.
So not just the captain that took a risk on this young, adventurous, potential
Or he saved
crew
the
member.
best for last.
Yeah, like
Yeah, you
true.
never know.
Yeah, saved the Vesk for last. Yep. Yep. Okay, yeah. And Sundale just kind of like looks at you and just nods and goes, "I see." And just smiles at you.
I think Zig smiles. And then I guess. I mean, that's probably really hard to tell. Cindael's smiles seem like a genuine, like, oh yeah, good job smile, or a I see smile.
Could roll
Like a
sense motive.
yes. Oh no. Because then, you know, you might get oh man, I've not rolled this much ever.
Yeah, what do you think it is?
I think Zig initially thinks of that as okay, yeah, good. Okay, let's do that. And then like in his mind he probably comes up with the wait, does he think there's a better option? Should I go somewhere else? Wait, hold on. But doesn't vocalize that.
Okay. Yeah.
Not that Sindel needs vocalization to thingy, but you know, he seems, you know, a decent guy.
Yeah, like sense motives are things that just
Polite.
doesn't like engage in, to be honest, for the most part. That would involve caring, I think, on his part, like that you were
Yeah.
there.
Imagine you're talking to a wall.
But the wall is scripted by David Lynch. Yeah. So happy belated birthday, David Lynch, as well. It was a couple of days ago.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Yeah,
God, he must be really old.
he's at least a year older than he was last time.
I would
That's
assume
true.
so.
So yeah, I think like Sindel looks at you, and after like about 30 seconds or nearly a minute maybe of silence, just staring back and forth as your light maybe went into your head a bit. He looks back at the egg, and he just like exhales very slowly, as if just again basking in the kind of the warm light. And he says, "We should move it now." He turns
I
back
think
to you.
Zig just maybe inhales the I guess the inverse of
Like Sindel.
Sindel. Yeah, he takes like the deep breath in and then lets it all out at once and then goes, right, yes.
Kind of nods slowly to himself. And then he just looks at you and he says, he takes like a look around at the in the big chamber, and he says, "Are you done here?"
I think Zig yeah, he is about to kind of like take one last look, but then just doesn't and just like closes his eyes and says yes.
There you go.
Yes. There you go.
Thank you.
I did that with my eyes closed too.
Nice,
Just,
thank you.
just, you know.
He sounded it. So yeah, Sindel like walks around you, goes and stands at the other side of the egg, kind of in between you and the egg. And I pull you over for dramatic effect. And then yeah, like he puts his hand on the egg, puts his hand on you. You feel like again like a rush of almost nausea coming from your stomach. And yeah, like very little changes in the room. Other than just like the kind of background noise level seems to like have died away. And he turns to you. And he gives that thing where he looks around like he's not sure where he is. And he turns back to you. And just gives you like a look with like an open mouth as if he's about to ask you a question. And he obviously then just doesn't. It's as if these haven't moved.
Can I try well, first of all, I think Zig's gonna do a quick kind of as you know, Sindel like kind of does that look about of wait, what? Where are we? Thing. I think Zig would kind of follow where his gaze went.
Right.
So would like scan that and then I guess maybe presumably notice that
And it is like immediate.
Yeah.
It's just like that. I
I was
mean,
gonna
like,
say
wait a
that we
minute, what?
haven't
Where are we? Like, that kind of looking around very like frantically.
Yeah.
So like clearly not looking at anything in particular.
Yeah.
Just more like concerned that everything's the same.
And then, can I try? Do you know what? Can I try and calm the captain, please?
Do you mean mind comms? Your psychic?
Uh,
Or do you mean digitally, like through your like device?
that's a good question.
Because you are still linked. Obviously, you were out of time, but you are still linked up psychically to them, right?
I guess he would try. He would try mind comms for it. It's probably he wouldn't have thought about not being connected because they've been connected for
So
long enough now.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay. What was it you would say into the comms?
Captain,
I think
Admiral.
at that moment, it is ear piercing, and by that it must be weird because it's coming from inside the head.
Oh no.
Yes. Ear piercing feedback.
Oh no. Ziggs, like, is it continuous or does it like just?
Oh yeah,
die
like
down
it,
after
like it's still there. Yep. You're gonna need to do something.
Okay, if it's continuous, Zig's auto reaction is to. Oh no, he can't do that. Ah, balls! No, he has to. Fuck. I hate this game. Yeah, his instant reaction would probably be to break the bond.
Okay. Yeah.
Because like even if the chance that it's not being fed back to them is in his mind low unless it's not, which it might not be, but that's fine. But that's what Zig would do, unfortunately for me as a Callum.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
And then does that help Zig at all?
So do you know after a loud gig, you've got that constant ringing.
Yeah.
Yeah, like so you've kind of got like that at the moment. Like and you know you've maybe like went down to like a knee or perhaps even like fell onto the floor itself with the pain.
Oh yeah, he's definitely like 2 knees.
Mhm.
Probably like one hand over one ear, and then probably a hand over his stomach as well, because that kind of like that level of like feedback is quite nauseating. So,
Yeah, like so your body's going through the motions of do not want, I think, in every way it can. And like Sindel is just like kind of half crouched over, just staring at you, a bit confused, looking on his face, and he just starts like patting you like on your shoulder and your head, like alternating. Like with both hands, as if trying to be reassuring, but mostly just being awkward and in your way.
Yeah, I think Zig's like not even, not that he's not noticing, but he's not like kind of going to acknowledge it either positively or negatively. It's just happening.
Yeah, and then from the other side of the room, there's a like heavy breathing, as if someone's like a bit out of breath, and then like they're walking and they've got like a, you can hear like, you know, the kind of padding of the feet and then like a clack of like something hitting the ground, and then like when you look up and I guess move out of the way the pillar that's apparently right in front of you, you can see a much older version of yourself shuffle up the stairs very laboriously. And then they kind of stop after the first set of stairs and catch their breath. They've clearly been clutching like their ears as well. You can tell by the way they're like walking as well. Like the feedback went somewhere, and I think it's pretty obvious where it went.
Okay, yeah.
And they shuffle up, and Sindel looks, and just like smiles as if, this makes sense, and then doesn't elaborate, obviously. And helps you up to your feet.
Zig, I guess doesn't smile. This doesn't make sense.
Fair.
Well, depending. The younger of the Zigs.
The you of the Zigs, yeah.
The me of the Zigs.
Yep.
Eldar Zig is is
Singing the
is-
warp
well,
weave? Like what?
remains to be seen.
Okay. Yep. Second 40k reference. Yep. Doing well. And he like puts his hand on the pillar and like steadies himself, and then takes out some kind of weird medical device and like puts it in his mouth. It's a bit like some kind of strange inhaler. Like takes a big kind of breath in, and then exhales, and you can see that one of his arms is now cybernetic as well. And he looks at you. He looks up at Sindel, and he kind of smiles a little bit at Sindel, very fleetingly though, more of an acknowledgement. Sindel just kind of like nods, like because someone's responding to him, and then looks at you and he says, "You're early." And he's like very out of breath.
How early is early?
He says, "Well, when I was there with him," and he puts his paw up and says, "Never mind. It's not important. I just remember having more time." He just breathes very heavily, very slowly. He's like, "You go back the way." He kind of like waves his hand as if back the way. He just nods. And then like you can hear some other people running in. And from what you can tell, like it looks like a handful of like students. And they're dressed similarly to how Zig would have dressed when he attended the place. And you can hear them shout after the Radiant Supreme. And then he kind of just does an apologetic face to you. Like almost like a pained, you weren't supposed to hear that. And he kind of turns around and he's like, "What? What is it?" And they're like, "You run off. Are you okay? The doctor still wants to look at you." And he kind of just does like a wave of his hand to hush them up. And he says, "You need to take this back to before we took it from the monastery." He just looks at you with like a severe look.
Why?
He just looks like somewhere between like pissed off and disappointed. And he's
Yeah.
like,
That's fair.
"Yeah." And he looks at it and goes, "Really?"
I don't even think Zig like even like thought about saying it and said it was just his like
Yeah, his
instant,
reply.
like,
Mhm.
why?
And it's like, "Because you already took it from there. That's why."
I think Zig he probably has a little bit of a guilty like look to him. I don't know. I think he feels like he knows he shouldn't he shouldn't be messing with all this stuff, and I think he feels he's just being like kind of called out by himself
Hashtag call
yet again.
And he says, "I thought SK had delivered the message. She was supposed to let you know."
It was a lot's happening.
He gives you like a look, like a no shit look.
Yeah.
But mostly he just looks tired. And he takes like another breath from his sci-fi inhaler. And then he looks at you and he says, "Go back to before you and the captain." And he shakes out, "Admiral, pick up the egg." Just the sheer annoyance in that as well is yeah. It's like, "Take it to Clerg." He just like nods. You can tell like he is really needing to use this pillar, right?
Yeah. I think Zig takes a deep breath and just gives him a Zig nod.
Yeah, and he returns the exact gesture. Like,
Yeah.
like his students are like fussing over him and trying to like, you know, get him back. There's that thing where he's like one-handedly trying to like fend them off. As he's using his other hand for support. And he just looks at you and goes, well, go.
And then I guess he kind of just like does like exactly what I just did in my in real life. He's like, oh, okay, yeah, right, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And
Take care, old man.
I think he just like he laughs and coughs at the same time. And he just says cheek as he shakes his head. And then Cindiel just says, goodbye, older one. And then does the same thing where he like just puts his hand on your shoulder and then leans back and like puts his hand on the egg. And then everything like shimmers and like Zig and the students fade away. You're still there though.
Yeah, I assumed we would be.
Yeah.
But
they are
when
gone.
are we now? That's the question. Are we in the right direction?
I guess we'll find out. And Cindiel just says, you have looked better.
Well, I guess. No, I'm not going to say that. Never mind. I was going to say time comes for us all, but that's a terrible thing to say.
I mean, Cindiel has died, right?
Also, if he is like I am Barai, and it certainly appears he is, while they do tend to live a prolonged existence, they do die eventually.
Yeah, like he's technically back on the mortal track, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
How long do Librians live? Because he would live whatever Librians live plus something.
Yeah, like I get the impression they're just like maybe, you know, similar to most elves in like places, right? Because they have that like elder race thing going on, so I assume they had a decent lifespan. They had enough time to build a space gun big enough that blew up their own planet, so yeah. Not that that's anything to go by. It could have been a lot of short-lived people not really reading everybody else's notes, I suppose. But yeah, I'll give Callum a couple of moments to resolve the knock at his door. Please stand by.
Boom, 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 boom.
Thank you.
Boom, 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 boom.
So,
Yeah.
how about that game last night?
What was Vanguard
Shocking
saying?
display.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You back with us?
I'm
Yeah.
back in the room.
Perfect. Uh-huh.
There we go.
Welcome.
So, yep. What do you reply to Sindel? If
Was
anything.
that
Just you've looked better.
You've looked better. I think he'll say, well, hopefully, and I think this is kind of more to himself. When I get there, I might be in better condition.
Okay, just nods. And it says,
Although
congratulations.
the robot arm would be cool.
Yeah. So that's something Zig actually says, as opposed to just Callum being excited.
Yeah, I think he
Yeah.
says that more under his breath than I did, though.
Yeah, and like Sindel then
The
like
robot arm.
he'll say, congratulations also, it seems.
Ah, yes. Yeah. Well, we'll see. Yeah.
We did.
We saw what's possible.
He kind of like tilts his head and looks at you.
I think it's probably quite like, I mean, for Cinder's benefit, it probably doesn't matter, but for everyone else, it's probably quite easy to see that Zig's not. He doesn't look disappointed, but he doesn't look like super
Yeah, like happy or
thrilled
excited
either.
or
I think
yeah.
like the sort of magic of it is the magic of getting something like that is gone, because it's like, well, if it's just a case of now I know that's what's happening, or I think he's trying to convince himself that no, actually, it could still not happen, and if I wanted it, not saying that I do, but if I did, it would be because I earned it, not because it's what's going to happen.
Yeah, but surely it
But if
happened.
you earn
Yeah.
it, then it is what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but it's yeah,
Isn't that
Zig's,
cyclical? Yeah, like
Yes.
yeah, and that's whatever look that is. That's the look on Zig's face.
okay, yeah, almost like the. But if it's fate, did I earn it, or is it always that way? Like, can I earn not earning it by actions unbecoming of a radiant supreme? Yeah, I get you. I get your thinking.
Yeah,
I think Sindel doesn't though. Sindel just stares at you.
yeah, that's.
And then says, "You should hide." And points at the other side of the egg.
I guess you know what? He just jumps over the altar,
Yeah.
or kind of scrambles over the altar, and just like tries to make himself seem small.
Yeah, it's not a difficult task for an Asoki, to be fair, but yeah.
No,
Um,
I didn't take invisibility, did I? No.
So-
Oh well.
pop you at the other side of the altar. Yep. And then, like some brief moments pass. Maybe almost long enough for you to question why he asked you to do that.
Yeah.
And then, eventually, you hear similar footsteps in the form of Clerg, the Radiant Supreme. Him and Sindel.
Feet?
Yeah, he's got feet. Yeah.
I always forget his feet. I always imagine he's literally just a slug with arms.
Yeah. No, they're like weirdly like bipedal. Yeah. And-
Bipedal mollusks are wrong.
And he they exchange some words. Like Clerg mostly just accepts what Sindel says, and Sindel mostly just says, "This is for you." And that is a very abridged version of the dialogue that they really just don't embellish. And then Sindel awkwardly says to Clerg, "You have to leave this room now." Clerg just like looks at him, blinks, and then just goes, "Okay. Thank you." Definitely with a question mark at the end. Or thank you. And then slowly just makes his way out of the room, which again is probably painfully slow.
Yeah,
Like-
Zig's doing that. You know, when you're trying to kind of
I think like when you
silence
almost
your breathing.
yeah, like if you're peeking over like the altar or whatever, like you just see Sindel's hand, like without him turning blue, he just puts his hand up as if like not now.
Yeah.
Almost as if he was expecting it, you know. And then once Clerg leaves the room, Sindel just exhales again, and then just walks around. I'll also make sure he actually does leave the room. How dare you stay there, Clerg? Get out of the way. And then Sindel says, "We have to go."
I guess Zig sort of just kind of jumps up and nods and looks at him expectantly.
And like Sindel looks around the room, walks over to like, you know, a shelf or something that's maybe got like a burnt out candle or whatever on it. Like brings it over to you and hands it to you.
Zig just takes it and
Kind of just nods knowingly at you. And puts his hand on your shoulder. And then, yep, the room shifts. And we cut over to Lyko.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello. So,
And
what's happening in Lyko's world?
well, I believe when we left him last time, oh my god, what's happening? It was
I'm just adjusting the zoom. We're so
he was
close in.
getting some tests done by Helene
Yeah. So
Cell regarding like the her eye sort of stuff because she was interested in writing about. Partly, for that, and also partly for his own purposes. He's always interested to get any further insights, especially given that the great insights provided by Cindy were,
Yeah.
not helpful. As such, not directly helpful. Important, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But not directly helpful.
So, like, during the exam, right, so we'll have Dr. Helene, like, let's say you're in the scanner, as we'll start there. I think that's a good place to start, because it means we don't have to, like, backtrack or whatever. And Helene, like, walks up to the side of the scanner. It's like, yeah, you're standing up, like, upright in it, and it's just, like, a kind of big cylinder thing that's, like, moving up and down. And she walks around, and she's got, like, her kind of, like, holo tablet thing out, and she's, like, tapping away on it, and she says, "Now, you're a physician previous to this. I need to submit a request for your old medical files if that's authorized." What was their name?
That may be difficult. That's McKicklick.
Okay. Why would that be difficult?
Not sure how diligent he is in.
Right.
He's formerly based in, as I don't know where he is operating these. Mostly worked with him when I was on Absalom.
It still lists an active practice on Agaton here on the database, and she's like, looking through obviously like whatever details the stewards have on as McKicklick.
And he has recent data uploaded?
And she says,
I mean, it should do.
Well, we'll find out in a moment. I just need, and like the scanner, like she stops that, so the big rings stop moving around you, and she like leans in with the holopad, and it just needs you to authorize like the request.
I will authorize.
Yep. And then the request is submitted. She gets the the receipt. And she goes, "Well, here's hoping he kept up-to-date records then. Otherwise, we've got nothing to compare this to." And she starts the machine scanning again.
We'll see.
It says, "Given what we're looking at already, however, it's quite unique physiology, shall we say, for a human."
Yeah.
It goes, "Yeah, there. Now, Thanaida said she had no issue with me discussing the data of her scans with you, since it's directly relevant to the personal investigation you are conducting into Shakos's well-being."
I nod.
She's like, she obviously looks a wee bit concerned by that, right? She goes, "However, similar inconsistencies here, which concern me." And she goes, "Here, and she goes, well, try not to move your head." And she like moves like the display so that you can still just stare straight forward. And she says, "She mentioned her incarceration at the hands of her sister." She like, Helen like clearly kind of
I'm not
questions that.
sure how much detail she went into there, but yeah.
I think she liked it when she spoke. You can tell like Helene clearly never got a good impression. That's Nida.
See. These inconsistencies, could they be anything to do with temporal distortion?
She gives like a look, and then she brings up like another file, and she goes, "This is one of the subjects that was born close to the gap. I can't say who, purely because of obviously confidentiality. However, as you can see," then she brings up certain like physical kind of markers that come up in their DNA specifically, and she compares it to Thanida's, which are like similar enough. They look as warped as that other subject. And Helene says, "Given that very little data survived the gap, it led me to ask if she predated the gap, which she said she did by quite a significant margin.
I believe that to be true.
Okay. And like you can tell like immediately like that same grey skepticism all over her face. And she says, so this woman believes that she is the true Drow Queen from For the Gap, and her sister imprisoned her for 5 or 6 centuries.
I can't vouch for the duration of her imprisonment, but she is functionally immortal. Elves live an insanely long amount of time without assistance from technology or magic, and well, she would have ample assistance from technology and magic, but also I think she was my crew, the group I'd been running with from several years, we were involved in some business with the Drow that directly led to her being freed. In fact, to put it plainly, we her. I have every reason to believe everything she said is perhaps her perspective on the truth, but basically true.
You see, and I am unsure how much she chose to share personally with you. I did observe you leave the building together earlier.
We're
However,
friendly.
she kind of just she nods very like politely as if that's not the point of her questioning, if that makes sense. Like just that kind of very
Yeah.
polite. I have taken in this data, and she says, "You do realize she is dying, right?"
Huh. No. She hadn't said anything of the sort, but then does she know this?
She does, but I don't know if that she did. And she brings up like a file, and it's like you can clearly see a bunch of radiation markers all over it.
I know it.
And she goes, yes, it seems like she suffered massive amounts of physical trauma due to radiation exposure.
I understand. That yeah, I suspect that she was she perhaps learned this from the first time during tests. She
Well, that's the thing. The medical data, and she kind of like rolls her eyes. I'm still waiting on her files from a Dr. Nesma Keklik. You can see my worry, shall we say, for your well-being. And she looks back at them, and she goes, as I said,
think I did a better job of avoiding exposure. This was a direct result of being in the city of Daza, simply.
yes, she had mentioned that she was unaware of the reactor's effects on the citizens, yes.
And unfortunately, her people seem to have an extremely strong reaction. Don't seem to drop of it as quick as a lot of other species do, but it does seem to have intense psychological effects. And it looks like in the long term, it's unfortunate.
She kind of like nods knowingly and like taps like a her stylus like off her lips, and then she says, "Yes, I did some reading when she left regarding terrible events on Daza regarding the Dark Elves that are taken to fight there, amped up on this radiation sickness. Enhances physical performance, it seems, temporarily while ravaging the body physically. But these pit fighters are treated with immense amounts of narcotics, which staves off this degradation. Unfortunately for her, she was not in receipt of anything like this to mitigate the radiation's effect on her.
She was incautious, but her knowledge of the modern world is limited. I mean, you have seen her files, you've talked to her. I don't think it'd be any surprise to you that she she has very little understanding beyond what she's been able to glean in the short term that she's been walking about in the world.
Then she puts her finger up, goes, "Yes, can you clarify why there is 3 sets of brainwaves from her scans?"
Honestly, that makes no sense at all, but I think I know why.
Right.
She has some form of psionic ability.
She has a massive amount of psionic ability given the and she like brings up, I don't know, the psiometer, whatever we're calling it. Since this setting definitely has something that can test that.
I don't know the extent of it or even the specific nature of it. All I know is that I've observed that it's there. When she returned, she was completely clueless about what she was dealing with. Happily, the Elven languages are pretty conservative, which is no surprise given they live, a long ass time. So communication with her was possible, but there were a great many concepts she didn't understand. She saw to it by some means of perhaps questionable ethical status that she was able to quickly acquaint herself with enough of the modern world to navigate it. I don't know exactly what happened, but
Oh, hello.
but rough. But there was some sort of
Officer Wolfingston.
interaction with another individual that obviously turned hostile, and she appears to have. I don't understand why there are 3, but I can certainly tell you why there's more than one. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, she mentioned something about overlaying certain memories with her own.
It's interesting that they retain a separate existence, though. I would have thought
It
would
seems
just-
they've been partitioned. Again, and she quotes the Besker scale, which is a psychic scale you'd be familiar with if you've ever been on a case involving a psionic. And she said, and let's say it's 1 to 12. She says like this would put her somewhere on a 10 or 11 on the Besker scale, which is very
Yeah, that's
uncommon.
pretty crazy. I think I know why she partitioned it. I'm curious what you can tell me about the brainwave patterns you detected. I believe the one that I was aware of was a human being, male, probably pretty normal.
She kind of nods and she goes, "It would be consistent with other human brain pattern readings. It was definitely not an elven reading, that's for
and
sure.
the other reading
Was another
said
elven
three.
reading, almost identical
what
to her
interests
own.
That's what... Something very strange is going on with her sister then, because there has been some temporal disturbance relating to, well, I don't want to get into it because frankly I don't understand half of it, but timeline diverged and then almost was like it was cut off, an errant timeline. Lantarau died in another world, another version of this world.
Miss
And yet,
Lantoral is her sister.
current reigning queen of the Drow. But she's alive. Seen evidence myself.
You can see like she's like, as you're talking, she's bringing up on like her data pad, you know.
Unless anything's happened since I last checked. But I do tend to look. Sorry, I do tend to look at the news. Of course, they might not necessarily advertise her death. Anyway,
And she kind of
that
just goes, "Huh, yeah, it does seem
but
like
that
she
did-
is alive from what I
Sorry.
can tell." And she like shows like the data readings that she's got based on like the steward surveillance.
But that did create a paradox because she died as part of the process by which we ended up finding her sister.
Yes. Thnaida mentioned an Isoki.
There is an Asoki who's an associate of mine who was in the captivity of the Drow for some time. Yes.
Like, Helen just smiles at you and she goes, "Is there perhaps any element of this tale that you are not at the center of, Quint?"
I don't consider myself to be central to any of these events. I simply happen to be
Sorry,
there.
alleged events. Yes.
My involvement in these has largely been a product of my association with the crew and with certain aspects in the leadership of Backroads, he says very vaguely.
Nods. And you have been seen on board the flagship of the Viscarium over Triaxis.
Doing a better job of keeping tabs on me than I expected. Rest, yes, I have.
I read reports, that's all. And she shrugs it off as if, like, trying not to make it sound like she
I'm
totally
just
just
curious where
Googled
they
you.
got the reports. I'm glad, but
While you're assigned
yes.
to the final hour was seen docking with the, she looks down the list of, like, the names, and, like, the Merciless Blade. She says that with, like, very specific pronunciation, like the Merciless Blade. As if,
yeah,
yeah.
classic Vesk name. Yes, we the crew that I've been part of, and remain and until such a time as it's impossible to continue both my duties here and with the crew, of course. But the crew that I've been associated with are led by Vesk of some renown, who you may be familiar with.
Like most of the systems familiar with Zora.
He's an interesting character, and unlike most Vesk, he has acclimated pretty well to life in fact.
I'm sure the pact is all the better for having him on our side, if indeed he is on our side. Some people do believe he is a long-term plant of the Vesks to soften us up to their hides. Just give you like a very
Kill a like him. Kill a like him. She's doing man.
She's
He
tipping
is,
the scales.
It's very difficult for the Vesk to divorce himself from Vesk Imperium. Particularly someone in his position. While I can't say anything too specific without, well, let me just say that
She puts her hand up anyway to like stop your like. She goes, "You were saying about the Isoki."
yes, the Isoki is particularly important in the time travel aspect of this for reasons I'm not.
And she just raises like
entirely
her
clear
like
on.
silvery eyebrow. And she's you got a smirk on her face, and she goes, "Should I be starting a third book?"
On time travel, ask anyone but me.
She laughs at that, like a genuine laugh. It's maybe like the first time you've seen her like break her skepticism face that she's had for most of this, or her "I'm done with today already" face. And she laughs and she goes, "There's something I need you to visit more often, Lyko. This is and she distinctly uses Lyko this time. This is definitely the more interesting of my days."
I am glad to hear that. I would be a little disturbed if you frequently dealt with stuff like this.
No, I just feel like you have an anthology worth of information in you, and I plan on retiring soon. So she just smiles.
After the book's out, I assume.
I believe I could retire quite comfortably in the books I could write based on what we've discussed so far.
Well, the importance of the Ahsoka may it may touch on both my own biology and tonight is
As it says here, he's a monk from the Solar Monastery. Is that
Yeah,
planet?
there's what's it called? Sarin Ray? They're
She just shrugs.
I don't really go in much for the religious stuff.
She kind of like shrugs and just looks at you and says, Triune, myself.
Well,
Yeah, that's why she
not to
shrugged. Yeah.
stereotype. Um,
Do you want to explain
He's,
the part where Zig said he'd met them? No.
no, I'm not going to do that. Zig is
What?
like no, the Asoki. I'll keep referring to him as. The Asoki is also I think it's difficult to tell where psionic ability begins and ends, and where magic begins and ends. Or if he would even necessarily see it all as one thing or the other, or whether he would see it as divine, whatever. Anyway, point being, he's quite a gifted monk of this solar order.
So it seems there has been published record of any previous monk being capable of time travel. Yet. She smirks.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I don't know how or why he's achieved all of it, but it's clearly in most instances been assisted.
And you've witnessed this firsthand, I assume?
Sort of.
She gives you a look like, what kind of answer is that?
I've been present when he has mysteriously disappeared. Whether or not that was directly connected to his time travel antics, the captain,
So can
Admiral.
you categorically say that you have not experienced this time travel?
No, not in the manner that he has.
She waves her hand and goes, I'm not trying to poke holes in your story. I need to know for the scan results.
No, of course. I'm just trying to be specific. I have, after a fashion. I say after a fashion because my understanding, based on what I've heard from others who have experienced time travel phenomena, have described. They've described essentially going back the world in most instances, and it just being the world as it was, but with them in it now, it, like a rerun of the previous year,
Nods.
or whatever. Sorry.
She just nods.
Other descriptions have been of essentially almost like a ephemeral, ghostly image of the world they were unable to affect. It seems to depend on the source of time travel. What I experienced was neither. It was, I believe they refer to the idea as a stable loop.
Right.
I went back and witnessed events from a different perspective, and the actions that the individual took me back.
This is okay.
No, that's perhaps the important difference. The individual who took me back was not an Asoki at all, but an Eoxian.
She definitely just like her other eyebrow raises to match the first one, you know, and she goes,
Okay.
an Eoxian.
Yes.
And she goes to like, you know, one of the convocation?
I nod.
Right. Because just any old Eoxian wouldn't do for Officer Quint. She
Well,
smirks
it was
again.
the particular individual that I was attached to during.
Yes, I believe you performed some ambassadorial duties for the head of the Eternal
Correct.
Convocation. She brings up the data file that she's clearly had like tabbed on her data pad. She goes back to it and scrolls, and she goes, "Yes, a Syndial."
Correct.
I had read that they had been involved in the Absalom tragedy.
Much has been said that isn't quite accurate about that. As regards the time travel business, he was able to take me back to a time where, as I say, I had previously experienced events from a different perspective. While there, his actions didn't seem to influence events, but neither did they seem to not. This is how would I describe it? It's like the actions that he took while we were there traveling backwards coincided perfectly with actions taken at the time that caused as if it was as if he was slotting himself back into the causal chain without disturbing it.
As if
It's
you had already been visiting while you were there, initially experiencing the events.
exactly stable loop, right?
She just nods.
We always turned. It was always the case that we had gone back in time even before that had happened, and even
you-
after.
But do you believe this is different to how your Asoki achieves this?
I believe so. I believe the Asoki has been back and forward in time through a number of different methods, and with probably influence on causal chain.
Would that not imply then that this Asoki is not in fact responsible? Merely a victim of this time travel?
I think there's a point at which when time travel happens to you enough times, you have to wonder if there's not some particular that's happening to you.
She just again shrugs that off a little, because she is entertaining the conversation rather than fully on board. And then
I don't believe he could personally achieve what he has achieved without assistance, but equally, it seems implausible to me that just anyone could as frequently go back and forth along the timeline as he has without some form of connection or some driving force.
she kind of just nods and goes, I can only assume that his involvement is somehow important in, if, as you say, if there is some grander loop you're not aware of. Perhaps widen your search. She kind of shrugs because she knows she's giving you the most generic, as if she was your boss and you were struggling with a case. It's like the most generic line ever.
Yeah, I shrug back, but yeah. So I think it may be possible that because of an unstable loop, I have my genetics even could be altered in a similar way to her own. I don't know, but if there are similarities, I would wager that's the reason for them.
And I think you hear the machine beep and all of the rings go back to the ceiling. Back in their station. She goes, well, I guess we'll see, won't we? And she turns and sits at her chair and brings up the data that comes from it. And then
Yeah, I guess we will.
and then
Can I ask
yeah,
another question about the NIDA?
She kind of looks up at you and she goes, perhaps.
How long?
She kind of tightens her lips, right? She tightens her lips and looks at you. And she says, hard to say. If her life is stress-free, she might get 6 months. I figured that. And she turns
It's not
back
a long
to...
time for a virtual immortal.
She goes, unfortunately not. I don't know if this is good or bad news, Lyko, but... And she brings up the two files. And she goes, it's like snide on one side and you on the other. There is no correlation at all in your conditions.
Yeah, I managed to largely avoid exposure.
There are some anomalies in your condition, though, however.
I can imagine.
This says you're a couple of weeks old.
And
we got a break there.
I know the answer to this. BRB.
Yes, we'll be back in 10 minutes, people's BRB.
Yes.
Okay,
Unmute that
so,
tab so
we
I
should
may
be back.
hear.
Some
Hello.
Waiting for the matches to happen.
yes, some Ryans may
Okay.
appear closer
Things
than
are
they
happening.
are. Yes, it's gonna.
Yeah.
No, we've got lots of audio.
Yeah.
Audio.
Yep, sounds good.
Yep.
Audio. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so welcome back to Starfinder, the Fragments of Eternity, session 113, part 2. I am Ryan, the GM. It's the 24th of January 2022, and here are the players.
Hello. I'm still Rico. And I'm still playing Sora. The Vesk, still Captain. Admiral.
It's still hello. I am still Colin, still playing Lyco Quinn, still
As opposed to
representing.
Sparkling Colin.
Still representing for the gangsters all around the world, Ryan. God damn it. You've ruined my bit. Yeah, Lyco Quinn, spooky, spooky, space cop, coast to coast.
Thank you.
Hitting them corners and them lolos, girl.
Hello, it is I, Alex, the android mechanic, and I'll be playing Weird.
The android mechanic.
Yeah, that.
Arrange at your leisure.
This is an IKEA style intro.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah, does android mechanic, is that like pre-modification of mechanic or post-modification of android? Who can say?
Yeah.
You decide. Well, no, I guess.
Or don't.
Just don't.
Viewer at home!
Hi, I'm Callum. I am here playing Zig, being Zig, and just Zig.
Zig.
The mystical space rat from the
Hashtag
sun. I should have actually recorded that.
Yeah.
Thing. Excuse me. Let me start again. So I can do this at the same time for everyone's benefit. Hi, I'm Callum. I'll be playing Zig, the mystical space rat from the sun. Rat boy is back, boy.
Hashtag. Can I just say, Callum, earlier you seemed to be suggesting that you had a mic on a mic stand that you were speaking into.
Yes.
I please don't correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm imagining that you are with us tonight as if you were performing in your studio.
Actually, well, kind of, yeah. I'll take photos.
Nice.
Please do.
I will send photos
I love
of what I look like.
Excellent, Siren. I'll look forward to the chaos that is
Send pics.
our standard Monday bullshit. Oh dear.
Oh wait, hold on. Did I actually get that?
What I like is nobody
that's fine.
chose to ruin it, which is what I was so proud of. You know?
I never ruin anything. What are we talking about?
Him doing his recorded intro.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Well, it wouldn't have been picked up. I'm just doing it on my phone because I'm a lazy bastard.
Yeah, but nobody even tried though, is why I'm proud. Right?
Ah, yeah.
Whether or not it would have worked is, you know.
I'll be playing the mystical space.
Why did you mute? You muted.
Sorry, no, I was shouting across the,
Right,
the
okay.
house.
So somebody else interrupted you replaying it.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah.
funny. There's a flaw in your
Hurts.
plan. Mm-hmm.
there's a flaw in my plan.
Yeah.
What I need to do is I just need to I'll need to plug my phone in as my primary input, and then just there we go. Start it.
Sure, your audio will love that, I'm sure.
I'll find a way.
Yes. Okay.
I'll just go out and buy a really expensive soundboard.
Yeah.
Um,
So anyway, this game that we play sometimes.
I guess.
Yeah. So, Sora.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello. Good hello.
Good hello. You're staring at
Hello.
the foreman who looks nervous.
What you started to say again? I can't remember.
Oh, if you don't remember, I'm not remembering for you.
We know that everything is planned. Essentially, that's what he said, right? Right.
Yeah. He's,
Everything
basically,
asked,
is there
that's it.
anything else that you need us to do? We've done everything you asked so far. And if I didn't say that, just delete the previous pod.
Okay. How do words try to get who he means out of him while still seeming like I'm a Wham? Get what I mean? You know what I mean?
100% know exactly what you mean, but I also don't know if I want anyone to help you out fumble your words here. Which I can't decide if that's mean or for entertainment value.
Both.
Yeah.
It can always be both.
There's no contradiction there.
Yeah. Right, so what is your desired outcome? You want to try and figure out who...
I want to try and figure out who asked him to do what he's talking about.
Okay. And
but I'm trying to
let's
still
say
seem like I'm
you
obviously
as
on board,
Nico,
you know?
right, were watching a TV show. What would you expect a character in that show to say to said person?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
I'm realising that. I'm trying to get you to answer this. Do you want to do it aggressively? Do you want to do it surreptitiously? Do you want to do it diplomatically?
No.
Like, you tell me.
I'm still trying to seem like I'm on board with the situation, you know. Like,
Their face character going to roll deception.
It might.
In that case,
no,
I'll put
hell
it
no.
away.
If I can avoid deception, that is the best. That is the best.
When you're a diplomat,
I don't.
I don't.
what is diplomacy if not lying to your allies?
I agree, but then that would come under bluff, right?
I like to call it managing their perceptions, not lying.
Whilst we're here, sorry, Ukraine.
No, God, let's try not to politicize this, shall we?
Sorry, we
Yes.
never go into politics here.
We try not to, or at least I try not to, but yet here I am.
Not only do we never go into politics, not once have I referenced BTK on this stream.
No, so besides Collins, I don't know, general hate
Okay.
crimes. I don't.
I don't know what being accused of here.
I think I said hate crimes and he said fetish. So take your
Okay.
pick somewhere in that.
You know, funnily enough, these are the exact words I said to the
Yeah,
officers.
I was gonna say that's the Kinsey scale I think we're working on just now, isn't it? Is that?
Hate counterfeit. Wow. Well, let's just derail this slightly further and ask, hey chat, where do you sit in the Kinsey scale?
Next to it.
Yeah.
I stand astride it as a powerful bisexual.
Also,
me and my
Callum,
scale over here.
speaking of,
So we do
I guess standing astride, I did see your Instagram post earlier and I thought, oh, quite like Callum's hair like that. So there you go, Callum.
Wow.
His hair?
Yeah.
You're ruining my image of him.
Yeah.
We're
Obviously, it is like full day travel here just now, but that's okay.
Sometimes that can look good on a person, you know.
Oh, he's got that scruffy look going. Has he?
Also, Siren,
My
no
God.
is the answer.
he gets to be the young one. We have to compliment him as well.
Yeah.
I like how you say as well. Like,
It's not like a wait.
yeah.
He gets to be young. We don't have to remind him he's pretty, you know? Aye.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
He's too deep in the character.
So-
Don't pull him back.
So there you go, Callum. That is our exact official Starfinder statement to you, is that you're young, so we're not going to also tell you you're pretty. Which, in a way, is like a compliment.
What age is the
Well,
cutoff
yeah.
for telling you you're pretty? So I
Uh,
could use the confidence boost.
I don't know. I haven't
Alex,
decided.
like, you're pretty. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh,
You're welcome.
And ironically, I just the other week, someone who is not even in this group was saying how handsome you were.
There you go.
was it my wife?
She was in this group.
It wasn't even your wife. No.
I always think I
that-
should check.
Weirdly insulting the way you said that, though. It wasn't your wife.
No, it really was. I may have stressed that a little too much, perhaps.
Oh no, she poked her head in the door.
Yes.
She knows.
Hello, Ka.
Say hello.
I had my wifey senses tingling.
Yep.
Oh
100%.
my. Let's go into off stream for that sense.
Well, no.
Well now. Wait,
Yes, indeed.
no. That impression is no longer acceptable.
Yes.
I'm not even sure where that was going with the
Or
person.
ideally where it's been.
So, Dennis Rader.
No. So moving back to,
Oh, hold on. I've got you covered. I've got you covered.
I don't know.
Don't
Okay.
worry.
Legally? Like,
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sick.
Oh, that's going smoothly as ever.
Hey, do you know what? I have actually roleplayed already, so I think I've done my job right so far. I've fulfilled my obligations tonight. I've been at least 2 different characters at least, so I'm good. That's my obligation done contractually. But speaking of Zora,
Rad.
we bought you lots of
hello.
time to think of the answers.
I mean, I just added to the confusion, to be fair. Like,
I don't understand that. I would have thought that would help.
Yeah, a perfectly coherent piece of nonsense. Okay, so the foreman's there, kind of unsure why you're here, right? That's the impression you're getting. There's almost like a "I thought our business was done" vibe getting conveyed.
Yes.
So you are right. You are in a bit of a precarious state right now, where you have to say the right thing to not make him suspicious.
To not make him suspicious, indeed. Well, I'm here in an official capacity, right? So I guess it would probably be the official vest that came to him. So I don't know. That's me just assuming.
Right.
An assumption is the mother of all fuck ups.
Why don't you assume that he has dealt with, some Vesk higher up? You're there to keep up appearances. But it would be suspicious if the Vesk didn't want to know. Therefore, you're there to make sure it looks like the Vesk are just as interested as everyone else, because the Vesk don't know what happened, right? There's your excuse.
So I would basically say, well, as the documents say, I'm here to investigate Vesk allegations. Now, do you mind telling me why there would be Vesk allegations?
And he kind of gives you like a look, right? He leans back, and his eyes dart over to you can see obviously in his like suit, because obviously he's in his radiation protection suit. He's looking over towards.
I'll add on to that. Sorry, if you've done everything we asked.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll add on to that part.
That's
like,
fine, yeah. And he looks over like at Weird, making sure Weird's still looking at those readouts he totally just pointed at, so that he could come and speak to you quietly. And he says, "But you said we'd be done. You said there would be no more involvement."
Okay.
And to send someone of your status. He clears his throat in his suit awkwardly. Because you probably are maybe a foot taller than this guy, right?
Yes. And it reminds me, who was it you were dealing with before? As in, what officer was it that you were dealing with before?
Then he looks at you and goes, "Steward? Officer?" He raises an eyebrow. Like he's asking.
Why would I care about a steward officer?
Right. Can you roll diplomacy? Because it's probably the only skill we actually have here for this. Okay.
Plus D6. There we go. 57.
Okay. He kind of looks you up and down. He goes, "I thought you said I had to disavow any official knowledge of the Vesk being here." And
Well, you asking me if you'd done everything correctly, kind of disavowed it already, right?
But you also said you wouldn't be back, but you wanted the rumours to spread. I'm just confused. What am I meant to do? Does this mean I'm getting more money?
Absolutely.
Roll bluff, please.
No. Here's the thing. Give him the money. Just fucking do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
But we spent all the money,
We can make more.
but we don't have it right now.
Technically, Shell Inc. has
Not
10
now, but
grand.
just a moment in time.
Yeah, but that's my 10 grand.
Okay, so shelling is technically your AI's 10 grand at the moment.
Yeah, which means he's already spent it on apes.
Yeah. So it's got, as I said, you've got your 10 grand in the Shell Inc. corporate account. You've got 40k earmarked for Zig's equipment from Bob. So you technically have that much credits floating. Yeah. And whatever else you've had, obviously, personal fun.
Okay.
So either you're lying or you will pay him, right, in this moment. So
Sure, why not? I mean, if I've got the money to pay, give the money.
I don't know. Just you tell me. Like, how does this work? Because remember, weird isn't in this conversation.
It's true. It's true. Hmm. Indeed.
Have a wee play urgency if you need it.
I mean, preferably not a bluff. But I mean,
How bad is your bluff anyway?
6.
Okay.
Okay.
What's people's
So,
best
yeah.
skills? Right? What's your best skill sitting at?
I
Like,
can intimidate him.
Great.
I don't
I
mean
can
you.
intimidate him.
I don't mean Zora. I mean
and
everybody
I can
else.
diplomacy him.
Just everybody else. What's your bonuses
Uh,
to your best skills?
Well, it's more than it actually shows in the sheet, so let me just roll it and see. It's 32.
First
Okay,
is a
I've got
6.
Is that your best?
I think that's my best. Culture,
I don't feel so bad. I thought
perception.
everybody was like miles ahead of me in terms of like their
culture
highest.
and sleight of sense. Culture and sense motive. I've got 32s in. I've got close and a few other things.
But if yours is 6, Nico, 32 is significantly higher than that.
Oh no, I'm talking about my highest. I was talking about
My
my
worst,
my highest.
worst
is 29.
skills are considerably higher than 6.
But you are an operative, though. That's a bit of an
Yeah,
unfair.
I am cheating. To be
Yes.
fair.
My highest is 37.
Ooh.
Technically,
Mine's
my
36.
highest can be 35 because I
Okay.
can do the most of the real bollocks. But like, yeah, 20.
My bluff is also 6,
Yeah, that makes it.
My
that
bluff
checks out.
is 0.
Okay.
which actually makes my bluff higher than yours because I get +2 from flat effect.
But Zig is lower, apparently, with 0.
There you go.
There you go.
But
It was a lifestyle choice not to go with bluff. Okay.
Yeah.
It was a lifestyle choice. It was a
Exactly,
terrible
yeah.
lifestyle choice.
Aye, it makes sense. Like, your face character was meant to be Emlyn in
Yeah.
initial design. Emlyn would have come in as the CEO of the reactor. That's what would have happened here.
I wasn't meant to bluff. Okay. I mean, right. You absolutely get paid. And time. And time. Not at the moment.
And he kind of gives you like a funny look and goes, "Oh, right. Is this about your friend?" He kind of like nods his head towards Weird.
Fuck. Anything I say it was a bluff.
Wow, that's harsh.
Not necessarily.
You're not even
not
friends with
necessarily.
Weird. Wow.
No, I mean just in terms of like
I'm just waiting here.
Oh no, because you can say something to that that's true that isn't incriminating either way. Because you can just say that he doesn't know.
No, don't worry about my friend. He's just here to
Please don't say fuck about.
no fuck about it. I was going to say something that was definitely like
Mm-hmm.
he's just here to check out the residue.
Do the residue.
I love how like Zora's brain went, okay, reactor. Other words in that column. Residue. That'll do. Done.
Reactor residue.
Sure, good enough, right?
Sure, why not? I'm not a reactor expert.
And you're not posing as one either, which is good.
Mhm.
Yep. And then the foreman just looks and goes, "Does he know about the,
Does he know? Of course he knows.
He goes, right. So is this just to make it look official? I also need a bluff from that comment.
This
I
is
wasn't
exactly what
actually. I
advised
wasn't
you not to do.
actually
All I'm
saying that. I was taking
I mean,
this.
oh no, it's in the record now.
No.
How else are you answering that question then? If
Does
not that
he
way.
does the because he didn't actually say does he know, right? I was just taking the. I was thinking.
You did ask, he's like, does he know? I was in character. So what's Zora's reply to that?
Wait, does he know as in like we talk about weird?
The
Does he
foreman
know about
asked
all this.
about weird,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Oh, right. I don't know. Not the specifics.
The foreman looks a bit worried by that. And then says, I mean about the arrangement.
Yes.
Okay, now can you give me a bluff? Thank you.
Yes, I'm talking
Thank you.
about.
And he looks at you and he's like,
My God.
it absolutely terrible, but don't worry about it. It's fine. And then he goes, right, about the new payment.
Uh, I don't even know what to say to that.
Right?
uh, Currently, I don't have my accounts, so the payment will need to wait.
Right? And he looks a bit like off put. He says, how long do we need to wait? You can tell he's getting nervous.
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot more than he was obviously already.
Okay. I don't even know what to do at this point, to be honest. I mean, I'm not going to get fuck all out of him.
Whatever you think to do, the opposite.
But then, now that you've said that, will he then think the opposite to what he would do, so he can do what he would do? See?
I don't know.
That's fair.
Yes. Let's see.
Okay. Right. So Zora,
Okay.
what would you like to do in this moment? Keep in mind, you do have untold amounts of resources based on everything you have done in the game up until now. So don't feel like Zora needs to solve this on Zora's own.
Yeah, I mean, I still don't really know what to say, though.
Okay, but what
I'm
would you
entirely
like
sure.
the outcome of this particular exchange to be?
I just want to find out who's fucking he was getting paid by. That's all I want to know.
Okay. So,
Okay. I have an idea, right?
go for it.
If you can't pay him now directly, you could maybe ask him to make an arrangement with the usual source. But then that runs the risk of him bothering someone he's not supposed to bother, which uncovers the fact that we know about this. I think you could always just do some threatening.
I was thinking of threatening, but I mean,
The other option I have, which I think might be quite effective, is take it up with the android. And then he has to deal with the impenetrable wall of weird.
it's true. It's true.
Oh dear.
Well, look at it this way: like, if the guy's getting a bit antsy because he's reading things into the captain's the way captain's speaking or his facial expression or whatever, give him weird. There's nothing there to read. It's fine. Just a terrifying, like 6-limbed giant.
8-limbed.
Yeah, I was gonna say
8-limbed. Sorry,
yes, yes.
apologies. 8-limbed.
Yeah.
Forgot you're 4-armed as well as 4-legged.
And
And
forewarned.
forewarned.
Mhm. Tick feels like the most forewarned of all of the party, to be fair.
Probably, yeah.
He's pretty forewarned.
Mhm.
Forewarned is, after all.
Is it really forewarned if you've gone forward to see it?
I don't know. Like he's went backwards a
don't know.
lot as well. Like it's
He's sort of pre-post warned. He's got pre-hindsight.
Or sight.
yeah.
He's very good at saying the back of his head.
hmm Oh dear. But yeah. So Zora, any movement on your position? Yes.
Yes, right. I guess. Well, it's either a threat in a very Zora manner, and it's
Just kill him, Nico. Like he's just a fucking
just
foreman.
bang.
Just like
Bang.
why are we dealing with this shit, Nico?
Please
like,
don't resort to murder.
I'm not going to murder him. Maybe threat. Right.
Right, so here's like looking at what obviously Colin just highlighted there. If you try and get him to contact whoever paid him before, that'll only let those people know, whoever they are, Vesk or otherwise,
Well, I don't want him to contact him. I just
that you're
want him to
here,
go
right? The only thing it's going to do is highlight that somebody else has poked their nose in, right? And you are kind of space famous. So,
there.
and he did mention the fact that he recognised who you were. Which is why it's weird that you have been sent here, because it's kind of like saying if the Vesk secret police turned up and then shook this guy down like your assumption is, then why would they then send a celebrity to investigate? It's a weird thing to do. It's almost like
It's
the
the
most...
old,
Yeah.
it's the old celebrity cop, awful cop.
Yeah.
scheme.
Yeah, that exact routine. Celebrity cop, mech. Yeah. routine. So yeah, it's... But what are your other options? Threaten the guy to the point where he then feels like he needs to contact those people to work out what's
I don't
going
want him
on.
to contact him. I don't
Right.
want him to contact him. I just
Which
want
means-
I just want to know who it is.
But that means you
That's-
need to take ownership of the situation, so he doesn't think that he needs to report to somebody, right? He needs to feel like he's reporting to you in that regard. So you need to take the authority of the situation.
Right.
Right? Does that make sense?
I'll threaten him in like a very nice manner and more like
This goes back to the Star Wars game where Gib always tried to word Serendipity's like charm that he always wanted to roll because she was a Twi'lek and she got bonuses to charm, but everything he said involved breaking bones.
It might sound like diplomacy to be honest with you, but like it's
I just remember Gib being like, "Can I break his bones in a nice way?"
Can I? Yeah, he did do that.
It's like, no, that's intimidate or coercion, as it was in that game.
Right. I'm just gonna come clean about it, basically.
Okay.
Right. So I'll be like, right. Listen. The jig's up. Right. I'm just here to figure out why Vesk are getting blamed of doing well. And he would wave his arms about this. And well, I mean, like I said earlier, you just stupidly implicated yourself in the matter. So
Can't believe
Yeah.
this. And he's like, "But you work for them, though, right?"
absolutely. But
So good. This fucking guy has no chance.
I'm also working for my own agenda.
Right.
So
And like when you say it goes right, but you said to spread the rumors to the Vesk.
you see, that would be other Vesk told you to spread the rumours, and now I'm here trying to find out what Vesk are doing it. So
He shakes his head like, no.
yes, I'm afraid so. And I'm afraid you just dunked yourself.
And he shakes-
well,
he shakes his
right
head.
into the frying pan, sir.
And then he's like he does that thing where like he turns your back and his away from Weird, like very obviously, right? And he kind of leans in. He's like, It was an agent from the Bank of Abadar that spoke to me.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh.
Furler.
Oh.
It probably wasn't Furler, but let's just assume it was.
He kind of nods and goes, so I don't know why you're here, but they did describe you specifically.
Ah.
And he gives you like probably the same look where you're like, what? And he's also like, what?
So, can I assume it was Fowler then? I mean,
How many agents of the Bank of Abadar do you know?
yeah, I mean,
Other than who would ever...
I don't like to always assume a bank arbiter should
You-
I didn't want
yeah,
to
and you
automatically
would
assume
have
that
no-
it was Fowler.
The
Like,
only person that you would definitely have met would have been whoever helped set up your account, like your actual bank
but then why
liaison.
the fuck would bloody Fowler be up to that, doing that?
The only explanation I can think of is that Zeg is somehow to blame.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. That actually, when you first like said when Colin first said Fowler, that is, I was like, did Zig ask her to do this?
My favourite thing is still the fact that even when you weren't here, Callum, a lot of the conversations went to, this is probably Zig's fault.
yeah, it did.
Come on!
I honestly was thinking about maybe getting you to put that on your soundboard. It's just save us a little time.
Yeah. We'll all do our own
Probably.
sound bites of it, yeah. It's probably Zig's fault.
Was it a blonde? She's blonde, right? Am I
She
right
is,
about
yeah.
saying that?
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a
Isabel's
blonde,
blonde, yeah.
but yay height.
And he's
He
like,
would obviously do the yay height hand
You mean-
gesture.
Probably
Like-
worth specifying.
and he looks
Like,
and he's like, I don't know if I should say. No.
well, you've already bloody admitted everything else. Like, you might as well come clean and I'll sort it out for you.
Yeah, but I only said that because you said I was saying other things that I wasn't saying.
But but you've said it now. You said it now. You might as well say it.
Oh, God. He's the only person worse at this than he is. What the fuck is happening?
I mean, he implicated himself fully. Like,
You're right, but it makes no sense. But you're
Oh,
right.
it's so good.
Oh my god.
Wait, I can assure you,
Because you were wrong.
nothing will happen to you because of me.
It doesn't mean to say that everything will happen to me because of them.
Well, that's the grave that you've dug yourself.
And I
And
probably,
maybe if you tell me, I can maybe fix it because I might know the person you spoke to.
he kind of just blinks, like, you know, clearly, like, his, like, suit is starting to, like, fog up from the sweat from the inside. And,
Yeah, that's just coming to him straight at this point, alright?
and the guy's like,
As simple as diplomatic as you get from me, right? Okay.
The diplomat.
but the arrangement was to minimise the danger to Zaza. I was never meant to be, like, put in line of fire or threatened by, you know, he kind of like gestures. He goes to like say you, but he doesn't, right? He definitely doesn't implicate that you're threatening him. He says, or the bank. Just simply that I would receive compensation if I'd made sure that the stewards thought it was the Vesk.
If I can make a slight
Yeah, go for it.
interjection, right? Before you do anything else, I know money is an issue here, but remember, I did get this cleared as an official investigation so that I could get you guys in.
I mean, you're right. I mean, so I guess I'll use that later.
If you want to tell him that you can get money, maybe he won't believe you now because of what you've said previously. But
Also,
Do
the
you
pockets you're up against now, if you haven't guessed, is the bank.
sure, but he's already got money from the bank, and if he gets
Yes.
also money from someone else, that's more
Mhm.
money.
I mean, in terms of what you're pitching to him.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, right. So yeah,
If only you knew anybody that was good at digital intelligence, or were psychically connected to a cop who approved your investigation. Any of these things, right? You could come up to CC to run a trace on this guy's accounts if you wanted, or you could like get Lyco to attempt the same, just maybe take longer for Lyco to do it through the cops.
Probably would. Yep.
Yep. Right, so you do have. I just want to know, like Zora would probably come up with these options as well,
okay.
even if Nico is terrified.
I mean, I don't really know if like, do you think money like is the issue at this point? Do you think like money's going to just magically make him go, "Oh, I'm good to"?
Witness protection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
I
being dead.
mean,
It went so well for Query.
if you do recognise the documents it was from the stewards that we gave you, and as much as the details on the documents might not have been exactly true, the connections are real. If you just give me what I need, maybe, well, I can assure you you'll definitely get paid for it, and then possibly you can sort this out yourself.
Kind of blanks. It's like, well, what do you need? What do you expect of me now? Like, I've done everything that the bank's people said.
Blonde woman, yay height.
And he kind of like, he does like a kind of deep breath, and he goes, "Don't take this the wrong way. I need to see some credits before I you know." You're very much learning this is a guy that isn't exactly estranged from a bribe.
Okay.
I'm gonna say, like, I'm nothing against making a little bit of money, but this guy's maybe not the right man for the job.
Probably not at all.
Now, listen, I know I took bribes from someone else, but if you want information, I need what we call in the business a bribe. Or
It's just the
counter-bribe.
Fat Tony approach, isn't it, really?
That actually, to be fair, now that you point it out, that does sound vaguely like a dying Joe Mantegna.
Yeah.
Is that how
So-
it's pronounced, Mantegna?
So, I don't know. But in game,
Montoya.
the Inigo Montoya? No.
Weirdly enough, Tony Mantegna played the guy who replaced him in Criminal Minds.
Odd. But anyway, back in this game, Nico, is it starting to clarify how they got in through the fence without, or like through the gate without any damage?
Yeah.
I like how you're like,
no.
the
not
answer is
really.
no, but-
No, not really.
does anyone have any ideas?
Got Zeski and she can make doors. I don't know. I've got no idea.
I mean, probably just like got invisible. Something. Like, she's got all sorts of psychic and technological
This guy
trickery.
opened the door.
Yeah, that was
Or
what I
that
was,
was
yeah.
also an option.
Like, this guy was just paid to look the other way.
Oh, right. Yeah.
You would
think
yeah,
that would
yeah,
be
that's what I caught. Yeah, I caught that.
but
Yeah.
To be fair, you are right, like, SK Isabel is fairly well equipped, and if she's back to being an SK, as we know she is from the present timeline, then she'll have access to, like, the vault doors again, which means her mobility is increased dramatically. And most people that have a bank account have a vault, like, kind of, you know, as part of their account.
Okay.
So yeah. So what is your plan?
How do we get him money? Right now. We don't, do we? Unless Weird gives him 10 grand to tide him over, and I don't think that'll be enough.
Let's try.
Like, weird. In my head, obviously, but it's weird. Speak.
Which means everything
Give
is
this guy
tip.
10 grand.
Couch.
Give this guy 10 grand.
Why?
He knows who done it. He knows who set the plan up. I've had to go like most of the information because he's an idiot.
He's an idiot. Why do we need to give him 10 grand?
Because he's an idiot.
come again.
Is it a day that will give us the information for 10 grand, maybe?
Remember, like, you're in this convo, so. Nothing you want to add? Like,
Micah.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry, brain speak. I am in the call.
Mhm.
Right, sorry, yeah. Hold on, wait. Let's imagine that I'm in somewhere that's convenient for me to have this conversation. This guy is you're dealing with someone who knows who did it and has already revealed some information to you, but he wants more money.
Yes.
It's an option. What exactly is he? What exactly is he involved in?
He's implicating the bank at Abadar with infiltrating the Daza reactor and blaming it on the Vesk
And how does
deliberately.
he know this?
Because he was in contact and assuming he probably let them in.
So he's implicated himself in some very serious crimes.
Absolutely. And that's
And
I
you
have
are
told him.
here on official steward business.
Absolutely.
I mean, I would personally remind him of that and pay him if you absolutely have to, I guess. Look, if this guy let people in, did he know what their plan was? Was he willing to let the reactor be damaged? I mean, what are we talking about here? Was he gonna let people sabotage the reactor?
I believe so. I
No,
believe
so
that's the
Zora,
plan.
you know the reactor wasn't damaged, though.
Yeah, but the question is, did he know that?
Yeah,
Did
but
he know
I
that
just want to
you-
remind Nico of what he knows.
I'm assuming he was given words,
Assurances.
assurances. Yes, that's the one. Thank you. I'm assuming he was given assurances of what level of attack would happen. He definitely knew about the part where it would get blamed on the Vesk.
Clarify it. I think if what he's doing here is trying to instigate a war, well, there's a lot of factions that might be interested in that. But look, this is extremely dangerous, and he better have thought he was doing just what he did. If he had any inclination that the reactor could actually have been damaged, then I want this guy to face charges. I'm a cop again, remember?
Oh yeah.
Suspecting possible illegal activity. Yes.
Look, I can look the other way if he helps us get to the bottom of this. We don't need to broadcast his involvement. We don't need to tell anyone what we know. If we can keep this in house, maybe we can make something good out of this. But if this guy is willing to sell information and access to just anyone, he's a problem. All I'm saying.
Okay. So. Right, now how do I word this one? Right.
Okay, just there he goes. You okay, Mr. Dora?
Give me a second. I was speaking.
Were you? Like, you just see like the sweat beads on the guy's forehead.
Don't try to assume. Never mind. Right.
He just shakes his head like,
Uh,
okay.
Well, after a little chat,
Cocks his head to the side a little.
we were here on steward business after all, and well, so after heroically implicating yourself in the matter.
He stands up a bit straighter, as if like, what?
We need to ascertain quite how much you actually did know about the plans. So,
But you said you knew, and that you worked for them.
oh, I already told you that that was me just bluffing my way into it, and then you just implicated yourself on everything.
If you're a steward, you can't lie.
That's
entrapment.
I would like to pipe up now and say that's not true. Lies are an essential part of an investigation. Entrapment is where you're induced to engage in a behaviour that you wouldn't otherwise have done.
You weren't supposed to be listening.
Steward business.
Great.
And he goes, "What are you two trying to pull here? Like, I didn't do nothing wrong." He puts his hands up awkwardly.
You took bribes to let people into a secure facility.
You just offered me a bribe a moment ago.
Yes, as part of an investigation.
You look so confused. If he could, he would like pinch the bridge of his nose. He just can't because he's in a suit.
It seems that the choices are either arrest or become a cooperative witness.
He goes, "To what? If nothing of this was real."
No, but the accepting the bribes was to
I didn't
let somebody else in the facility
What bribe?
from the bank.
How do I know that was real?
Did you get the money?
Oh yeah.
Then it was real.
He's like, "I think I need my lawyer."
I mean, you've literally said implicated yourself in.
You didn't say I was the subject of an investigation. And you
I
You
mean,
idiot.
that's why this isn't the trap.
It looks so just the sweat. Yeah, like look at the
You
glasses
told us
fogging up.
everything.
Like, I have to believe.
So,
I think we have to place you under arrest.
listen. Listen.
Is this good cop?
We can
next
arrest
cop?
you.
Yeah.
We can arrest you. Or you could just tell us. Blonde woman, yay height.
How do you know if I tell you, you won't just arrest me anyway? You haven't exactly been upfront with me so far.
Oh, stewards can't lie.
Sir, if he's
Roll
resisting arrest,
comedic callback. Like,
sir, according to the steward regulations, if he's resisting arrest, we can proceed with force.
you haven't.
I say
Arrest
stepping
me
towards him.
You've only threatened me with arrest. You haven't actually said I'm under arrest. I've not resisted anything.
That sounds like resisting.
Blonde women.
First of all, weird. A cab. How do you?
I'm
Always
just,
said anarchy is the best fascists.
I'm just channeling the all of Weird's opinions about the cops. This is how cops do it, right?
Filtered a program. Like you've got your script written by your AI that's just decided to filter through all the scripts online. Yeah. Oh dear. Yeah, this guy looks really pale. He's covered in sweat.
Listen, just answer the question. We'll leave.
Also, sleep well, Siren.
Good night.
Good
Thanks for joining.
Oh,
Not sure
good
what
night.
you joined, but
I'll type it too.
oh dear. Yeah, he just looks stressed, sweaty, and pale. Like heavy breathing is like front visor is like a bit foggy. Yeah, he's not saying much other than like a couple of steps away from hyperventilating.
Well, looks like arrest it, is it?
Is that what you said to him? Yeah.
Have you got anything to arrest him with?
Non-specific.
We can shove him in a fucking multi space chamber.
Along with all your stuff. Like,
Uh,
go into
I
this
normally
evidence
carry
locker.
cuffs.
We'll lock you in
Never
this
used them
evidence
yet.
locker.
I feel like I might have had cuffs on my sheep once upon a time.
I think they went into a project. I'll be honest.
That seems likely.
Like
Yeah.
a backpack that inflates into a Teflon balloon, perhaps.
Useful,
Maybe.
Yeah.
It was
Uh,
magnificent.
Mm-hmm.
I
Simpler
have
days.
got-
Remember, it's like when that's all you made was balloon backpacks. Remember?
It was just
Mm.
a simpler time.
Yeah.
Hey, we wouldn't have
A
been
single time.
A single time.
undercover.
Yes, undercover is fine as well. I agree. It is simple.
I suggest that I step outside and handle the management whilst the captain has the final words for them. Maybe not shoot down a calm word, I say telepathically.
Uh,
Yeah, so you head outside back the way you came. Yeah.
To make it seem like, I'm getting all their security ready.
so,
So
as he walks away, I'll be like, so, what's it going to be, man? Like, I could basically tell him to stand down, we could walk away, and it'll be fine.
He shakes his head and like, this doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. Why would? And he's like kind of marking to himself, and he looks at you and he says, "If you arrest me, I'll refuse to cooperate. It's just your word against mine."
That you do know who I am.
That's. He kind of goes, "Oh yeah,"
can I also suggest Nico?
and he says like,
Yes.
2 seconds.
I-
Let me finish just now though. And he says, and it's gonna look, a bit strange if the Vesk are implicated and then their golden child has turned up to threaten the foreman. What do you think?
It's going to look really strange when the Vesk that's apparently threatening you finds out that the Church of Abaddon was trying to implicate these people and perhaps potentially start a war.
Who said that?
Nico,
Well, that's
I was just going to suggest that you also suggest that the android has recording equipment.
okay. And I mean, he is an android also. You did just basically speak into a recorder.
That's racist.
I
My
mean,
wife, my wife's an android.
Vesk. I mean,
So all Vesk are racist now. Is that what you're saying?
no, just ignorant.
And he's like trying to catch his breath a bit. And he's like, I think you should leave before they find out about this. He lifts his comm up, and you can see it's been an active line the whole time.
Oh, who would that be? I mean, maybe I'll find out who's behind us.
And he kind of again, drenched in sweat, red eyes, says, "Yeah, maybe we will."
Well, it seems like we're waiting, and it seems like that steward security force is probably on its way.
Your comm goes.
Yep.
It's your ship.
I'll answer.
And it's relatively bad reception because obviously you're in a reactor. Really, really bad reception. You can make out that it's clearly like Finn Alice trying to contact you, but you can barely make it out.
Okay. I'll try shout forward it to Weird.
Yeah, and then there's just as if the message is repeating, but again broken up still. And he goes, "You'd have to go outside. The shielding stops the signal."
Wait here a moment. I'll say to the guy. Yeah.
he puts his hands up where am I gonna go?
Exactly. I've got to go outside.
Yeah, yeah, outside, and the signal clears up, and it's Admiral.
Finn, Alice, yes?
Okay. Sora?
Yes?
Right. Okay. Just checking. So there's another ship that's come in that's asking for you. Shall I put the call through?
Well, shit.
Yes.
Just do it.
Okay. Goodbye.
Bye.
And then here. So you're on Akaton, are you? I'm in orbit above it. And it's Matva.
Yeah. Yes. Endured an orbit of Akaton.
Yeah, just following up on some leads.
Aha.
There's like silence in the line.
Why?
You say why? To Matva, yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Why what? Why are you investigating a matter pertinent to the Vesk political status in the system?
Yes. Would you
I can't wait to hear your answer to that. Please join me aboard my ship. Transport will meet you at the edge of Daza. Bring your
I don't-
friend, not him. The android.
Okay. I mean, I did the android.
Yeah. And then the comm cuts off.
Why is she here?
Yeah, why is she here?
Weird.
Captain.
I've been invited to Her Majesty Matva's fucking humble abode.
Can we say no?
I wish. But why is she here?
I didn't call her.
Neither did I.
Either she was involved in this or it was an attempt to lure her out, right?
Yeah.
And if it's the latter, it's clearly been successful.
Mm.
No, I'm far too interested. I want to see why she's here.
So you
You
said.
go then, Captain.
But we'll come back to the foreman.
Hmm.
So
Did
just
you get his name or anything?
don't be daft.
Don't be daft.
I don't even have a name for him. I just wrote down Foreman. I'll get a name for him right now because that would have had to have exchanged, right? It'll be on his like name and stuff like that, his ID. 2 wee seconds. Let's get a Starfinder name generator. Oh, not Gwen.
Foreman Generator.
That
How
would-
appropriate.
That would be a terrible name for him. Okay. Oh my
Foreman
god.
Generator.
So these are terrible. Here is the first selection of names it gave me, and normally this generator is pretty good, but these are terrible. I love Yoba.
Yoba.
Yopa's fine. Yopa's
Um,
plausible.
So,
right, so we're gonna go with. I think let's just stick with this list. I've decided that clicking it doesn't even deserve the effort. So just pop this in. So it's Foreman. There we go. I'll write it down. Foreman, Yoba, and then I think we're going with Zanosny.
That sounds like my screen name. But it doesn't. It's close enough to my Twitter name, though.
So yeah, Yoba Zanosny, who is human.
Can I change my Twitter name to that?
Yes, It has to be Foreman though. Otherwise,
Yeah,
that's
that's
the
not
button.
good though. Just the
Yeah.
name in itself is good.
Okay. So
Well,
anyway,
just put in your bio, Foreman.
with no context, just Foreman. Right, Zora, weird. Do you head off to the rendezvous?
I suppose we have to, don't we?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yes. Let us go.
You head there, and Zora, immediately you recognise the obsidian star style drop shuttles
Mhm.
on the landing pad, and then in a side door to it slides open, and then they're in a very fancy suit, and then by suit I mean business suit. Is Isabel. She goes, of all the people to meet in all the places, and she gives you a smirk.
He is looking at you.
Blonde woman about your height.
She gives you a funny look. And then obviously she invites you on board the ship. Right. Lyko, what's the plan?
Lyko.
You were dealing with obviously that conversation while talking, or perhaps after talking to Dr. Helen, time wise. It's entirely up to yourself. How much more
I
you
would
want to
have
cover?
it during.
Yeah, sure.
He blanks out for a second and then
He zones
it
back in,
fades
and then
to
she
the
explains about the
sorry.
fact that it was maybe it was the weeks old thing. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So, how much reading have you already done on the Barai?
And she kind of goes, not as much as I would like. You said you were going to put me in contact with other Barai,
I will
ideally.
try. But there are some basic rules that have been established pretty well. Barai don't seem to be. My understanding is that through magical means, other undead have been resurrected to a living state. This doesn't seem to happen with the Barai. Perhaps because we're already in an in-between state. When the Barai die and are resurrected, they come back as Barai.
I think it narrows her eyes and
So,
he goes, that seems oddly specific, but sure, if yous have been designed, per se.
so if a Barai were to have died and been reassembled, that wouldn't
Reassembled?
reset them to factory conditions, as it were. It's complex, and I don't like to think about it, but
She takes a deep breath and she
recently-
goes, perhaps, choose less racially charged words next time. She just gestures to herself again.
it's not a metaphor. I mean, literally.
She kind of just again, tight lips and just nods okay.
Since my incident on Absalon, I have lived a very dangerous lifestyle, and until recently, I had managed to avoid
What incident on Absalom?
the unfortunate one in which I died. It's in the files.
Nods. Right, that instant. As if she assumed there was a second.
Apologies. It's still somewhat raw. Since then, I've lived a arguably even riskier lifestyle than I did as a steward. And recently, it finally caught up with me, I guess, and as a result of assisting in the resurrection of another,
She gives you a final resurrecting.
well, we've discussed my association with the Bone Sages, correct?
You assisted in the resurrection of a bone sage. This Sindael, I assume.
I don't want to be too specific for reasons.
Sorry, a bone sage in which you're familiar with, if that's a better language.
Well, let's just say that, yeah. I
She
assisted
nods.
in this resurrection. And the process proved more explosive than expected.
So you were saying you were pulled apart and put back together?
The not as such. I was. Have you ever heard? Okay, so obviously no scientist, but I'm not, you know, complete idiot. I've read a little. I remember reading that when technological means of transportation through various forms and magical means were sort of first discovered widely, um, some cultures had difficulty accepting them because they believed that any time a person was transported instantaneously from point A to point B, they were reassembled, and therefore it wasn't the same person, it was a perfect clone. So
Because
that if you ever were teleported, die.
simplistic matter translocation rather than the more commonly used holding space. Yes.
I
Luckily,
even remember
we
reading
have very
that
little of those. Because luckily, there's very little of those archaic methods left.
Sure. Some cultures, going back further, I think I remember reading this at least, believed that certain other species weren't, even if they seemed to be, really intelligent in the way they were, because, well, much in the way that many species view the lesser animals, things like insert space animal here, that don't show sophisticated intelligence or culture, were basically just automata. For instance, some cultures thought, well, humans, things like that, they're so short-lived and they're so changeable. They must reset every morning when they wake up. That there's not actually one consistent personality. It seems like it because it's built from the same blueprint, but every time they sleep, they're actually rebooting. Apologies for the terminology, but
She does that face of we're past that level of politeness now. She's more intrigued now. You can tell.
So there's always been the question of continuity of consciousness, right?
She laughs.
Am I the same
and she
person I
goes,
was?
Yes, this is a concept quite familiar to androids.
Yeah, I guess it's probably a little different for you as well. But it
So
was
is
something
this
I
Lyco 1, or are you jumping to 2? And she
well,
just
that's the
smiles.
question, right? Because the Lyco that woke up, and he probably, because it probably wouldn't be on verses, but he'd probably gesture like in the vague direction of the morgue anyway, because it would have been an Absalom, but just for dramatic effect, it woke up in the freezer 3 days later. Was this guy the same as the guy that went in there? Am I him, or am I just something built from his body?
You wanted to pull up your physical from before you...
No, it's not necessary. It's like the point being, a few weeks ago, a powerful being, a powerful, let's put it bluntly, necromancer, was able to reassemble me using matter that didn't originate in my body. As far as I am aware, I am still me, but yeah.
Yeah, she looks like quite like wide-eyed at this. Like she's like trying to absorb as much information as she possibly can.
I don't know much about cloning, but like my understanding is that cloning often bumps into a problem because as soon as you start cloning something, you've got to clone from something that already exists, and as soon as you've got something that already exists, its cells have started to degrade, right? Because if you're cloning Bob,
maybe you and this Danida aren't so different if we look at it from a brain pattern point of view.
What do you mean?
Well, she took that Castrovellian's information, his brainwaves, and overlaid her own with them to utilize them. And if you're saying that your physical form here was constructed from external matter, shall we say, to your original, then perhaps your brainwaves were preserved in a similar fashion and imported in.
Probably. If I had to guess, I mean, that sounds very likely.
In which case, are you really not you? She kind of shrugs.
But is the brainwave inside the night of that guy? No, or is it just replicate? I don't want to get into philosophy. It makes me sad.
She did say that guy did survive.
Which would suggest, but I don't remember him being in very good shape. I never did follow up. I didn't want to know.
She gives you like a funny look as if that's a bit unlike you. Like,
Let me put it this way. He didn't seem like a good guy, but equally, I didn't really particularly want to think about the consequences of unleashing her in the world at that time. I was concerned, and I looked the other way.
that might explain her attitude, I suppose. She kind of says to herself, and then like there's an alert that comes up on our computer, and she goes,
Okay.
"Oh, you and Thanida's files have arrived."
And that's McKechlick actually got back to you.
Uh,
He's a nice guy. He's just not the most officious.
No, it's his assistant, Morty.
Oh yeah.
He really signs
nice.
work emails, Morty.
No, I think that's actually his name.
Native to Akaton?
Probably not. The accent was familiar, but I don't think it was Ekatonian.
He like dismisses it. He goes, "Well, let's have a look, shall we?"
Nice guy. Nervous. Very nervous.
And she's looking at the two, and like you can clearly tell she's just stopped listening to you, and she's too busy like pouring through the files. And she goes, "Oh." She looks and it's Thanida's
when you
records.
say "oh,"
and she goes, "Sorry, it's the initial scans when she was treated for the radiation sickness. It's a limitation of the facilities, from what I can gather here.
they didn't catch it.
Had she came to somewhere like Versus, it might have been a bit intensive, but it would have been corrected, shall we say. But Akaton, the fact that she's still walking and functional, kind of like a miraculous outcome, if you ask me. They're not exactly equipped. So I would say that this doctor of yours is quite skilled. Let's put it that way.
I believe he is. He was came well reviewed back in the day, but I didn't know how well his operation had translated over in Akaton.
She kind of just nods. Like, again, absent-mindedly, she's clearly now looking over your records and has stopped listening. Just... Ah. Is that better? She gives you like a side eye. She goes...
It's a better noise, yeah.
She laughs very briefly, like almost automatically, like she's still not paying attention. And she stands up and she pulls like the kind of hologram up so you can see. And it's like the hologram, like the Naz McKechlick showed you before. You've seen this one before.
Yeah.
And she goes, and this one's the one he sent over. And she inserts the exact amount of time ago it was last done. I have no fucking clue when that was.
Arbitrary amount of time.
It was probably like a year ago, right, in game. So
it probably is.
Yeah. And then she goes, "This is from last year," and she brings up, and this one's from 5 minutes ago. And you can clearly see the natural development of all of the things that you have leveled up from your necrografts, and like the almost like the glands and the muscle kind of like ligaments and such, like are all surrounding like your bone blades are clearly like as if they've just became like buffed up, especially they've clearly like reinforced.
Also, can I before we go into that too much, I kind of did think about redesigning them now that they're very high level, but we'll sort of talk about that later.
That's fine. But you can tell just from like the visuals, this condition has like developed, which is strange if you've been rebuilt, right?
It's interesting.
And she says, if I didn't know that you were only several weeks old, according to the dating on the initial scan that I took of you here, these would imply natural progression. Nothing's natural about that, but the Barai are so poorly understood currently. And then you hear a voice from behind the holograms go, "That is my fault." And
Yeah, of course.
He's like steps through, like kind of wave away the airborne lycos. And he says-
Dr. Heled,
and, you go,
please beat Cindy off.
and she just looks and blinks and goes, the undead, dead, resurrected, Unsage.
Yeah. Hello, Cynthia.
I have found Zig. And he just steps to the side and points at Zig.
Hello.
Hey,
Helen just goes,
this
is
is-
that the Ahsoki?
that's the Ahsoki. Zig. What the hell?
Long story. No, not really long.
You know what? I'm just gonna hug you. I'll
Cindy,
probably even pick him up. if
Cindy
you'll
L
allow
just
that.
looks at this
Yeah,
as
yeah.
you are both like engaged, and he just goes and hugs Helen.
I was worried, you little fucker.
Helen looks horrified, obviously. This.
Yeah, no, Zig just like kind of hugs back, I guess, and then
I'll sit you down before it gets inappropriate. Don't worry.
that's fine. I think Zig would kind of just straighten himself up and be like,
We can talk elsewhere. Let us go. Ken nods to both of you.
I was just gonna finish up here a second.
Yes, you have finished. Yes. Just nods.
That's not really what I was saying, Zinio.
He kind of looks at you confused.
Is this urgent? Because I want to wrap up with Dr. Helen before I wander off.
And he kind of turns round and looks around the room, like just ignoring the fact that she's in the room, and goes, "If it is important to you."
Thank you. I will finish up. Zig, it is good to see you. Cindy, thank you for finding him.
Kind of looks back at Zig and he just points at him and looks back at you.
I don't know how to parse that. I was saying he's like saying, I found him again.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell.
it wasn't that hard.
Yeah. Well, you know, he was. You know, we'll discuss it later. But yeah, Dr. Helen was discussing. Well, you could probably help her a lot with her book. I sort of look over at her.
She's
and
just horrified,
not
like, because she's
I'm
been
not
hugged by him.
emoting too much,
Mhm.
but if she's very, very perceptive, she might catch the fact that I'm trying to express with my eyes. Please, for the love of God, do not try and interview this man.
Yeah. I think she mostly just looks horrified
Yeah,
because the leader of the Bone Sage has just hugged her.
yeah,
Yeah.
he's quite a character.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I would sort of try and look at Zeg and sort of convey without saying it. Please make him go away for a bit.
You could take him over to the wall of freezers if you wanted. We're all, like the morgue wall.
I think I will. I'll
Romantic.
just kind of wander and like look at Sindile pleadingly, kind of like, do you want to chat over here real quick?
No, but I will follow.
Good.
We'll be with you. a
Soon, Lyko. He just nods and then walks off with Zig.
Sorry, Dr. Helen.
She like snapped at him and goes, "What?" Like just as if coming back to the room.
He's very, very old and
How did he get
very
in the
magic.
building? Yeah, then she just kind of nods. You've kind of answered her question.
He doesn't really he just does that. He does that to the Vesk. He does that to us. He does that to. He just appears. It's.
Doesn't that terrify you?
I spent a long time working with him when Babak made me the ambassador to him, and honestly, after a point, it stopped being scary, and I just went like, "Oh no, he's old and crazy. That's fine."
That didn't reassure me, Lyko. She picks up her empty coffee cup and just drinks it as if it's full and just sits it down.
Natural progression, as if this has been continuing the whole time, even when I was briefly,
then she like snaps back and goes, if I hadn't taken the scan, I would have assumed this was the natural development of whatever's inside you. But if you're telling me you've been blown up and rebuilt, then I don't see why it would continue. She's like,
Because it's not natural.
what's he doing? And then like we're cut over to like Sandel just like knocking on the fridge doors of each of them. Just
I mean, I'm not gonna look, but I kind of want to roll perception to see if I hear that well enough to distinguish what it is.
roll, yeah. Sure.
I think I
Go.
know.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm just gonna tell her that I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna. It's better not to think about it. But he's probably knocking to see if anyone's awake in there.
She looks horrified. And she goes. She just like mouths the word necromancer, mostly to herself.
He forgets that's not so common.
And then she like puts her hand up and she goes, Mr. Sindale, if you're able to get them to speak, we have a lot of ongoing cases involving those victims.
That's probably a bad idea.
And he turns around and he goes, Lyko, are we done?
You know what? Yeah, we can be for now. Doctor, thank you very much for your time. We'll continue this later, and I'm
Give him my contact information if he does choose to help.
try.
She kind of like nods, like as if she's now trying to explore the options that are available to her.
But maybe don't in cases. He's yeah.
What do you mean? That's a
uh,
spin-off,
Sindale-
Lyko? That's the spin-off.
I'm just gonna get some stuff on my, and he'll probably like pull up his comms unit and like ask to be sent over.
Yeah, like she
files.
just automatically just swipes it all
Yeah,
over to
yeah.
you. Yeah.
So I'm just gonna yeah. Thank you. Okay,
She
we're done
nods.
here for now.
She says, South Nida, I'll be calling.
Yes.
If you speak to her soon. She
I-
says that with a bit of a tone, like implying the
I will.
friendship's more than what you've let on.
I'll speak to her. I should talk to some. I should talk through some stuff with Zig first. Folks, I'm wrapped up here. Where are we going?
To the others. He puts his hand out.
Okay, I'll approach him.
Zig, give him your hand.
Give him a hand.
Yep. And then use vanish.
Specify that before.
Yep. Use vanish. Meanwhile, on the shuttle, use Weird and Zora. Use end up docking. And then obviously like, the Vesk shuttles don't really do windows. Obviously they're just armoured boxes. And the ramp opens and you're walking into like quite clearly the final hours like other docking bay. Because remember it's got the
Okay.
two shuttle kind of bays.
Yeah.
And there are clearly like Vesk around. Vesk you don't recognise. And then like Isabel just like marches past them all, like nods to a couple of them, and just kind of assumes she's followed. She's clearly got the bridge.
Okay.
And then he's eventually, I assume, follow on and you get there. And Matva's there just like her hands folded, just kind of like sat just in front of her belly. And she turns and she goes, "Ah, the Abyss. Welcome back. How's my ship treating you?"
Is it? What's it? Fantastic. Good shit.
Excellent. How goes your investigation into the reactor breach?
Well, no.
Excellent. I'm taking that from you.
Why?
Because I said. Have you been away from the Viscarium that long? Or is this when you choose to flex your authority?
Not quite. I'm just interested as to what
Wonderful
you
news.
hope to achieve
Then,
I would like to quietly flex behind him.
how many of your limbs?
Just a couple, so
Okay.
just the lower arms, so that it's almost unconscious.
Yeah. And yeah, there's a I kind of like. She seems like she's in a weirdly good mood. That's something to note, Zora, right? Matva's usually fairly like she reserves enjoying like herself this way, unless everything's going to plan, right? Unless like basically everything's done and dusted.
Yeah.
So the idea that like this should be a good thing, because anytime she's in a good mood, it's always been good for you, right?
True, but I mean, why is she here?
Yeah. So what do you
she went
reply?
with that, like, but so what do you plan to do with this investigation? Like, why are you here?
Well, it seems
Fentanyl
like all.
acting.
She goes, well, it seems like all the locals seem to believe it's the Vesk that have been involved, and as we know, the Vesk authority in this system is indeed, what was it? Demogesh? Yes, Demogesh. I'm just here out of due diligence, really, making sure that such a travesty hasn't happened to the people of Daza.
I don't think you need to be here on behalf of defacing Demagesh. I think he's going to humble himself very soon. I don't
Yes, but how else am I supposed to take control of the reactor?
And why do you want to do that? I think we discussed that we should just leave
We
it for
did
now.
discuss its value. And now I have a legitimate reason to commandeer from civilian hands. The idea that something so valuable would be left in civilian hands is, quite frankly, an affront to the Viscarium.
Where it is keeps that place running, and it keeps out the view of everything else. It's best left there.
At the cost of untold cases of radiation sickness.
I mean, those people have learned to live that way.
She just smiles and goes, I'm sure they'll adapt again. Anything else?
How do we feel about this?
Yeah, like feel free to like have an agency moment if you want. That's
Infuriated.
yeah, I don't like it. Don't like it.
How much do you not like it?
Uh,
How much do you want Matva to be alive?
I mean, I don't.
Look at it this way. This is an official Stewart case that I have opened. She can flex her muscles here and say, "Oh, you're not to do this anymore." But who's to say the stewards are going to listen to that?
Matva can survive in space, can't she?
probably. The answer is
Shame.
probably. It's not a definite, but like, probably. The suit she's wearing alone would let her survive in space, never mind any like Solarian abilities that she
Yeah.
may or may not have. But yeah, the suit she was wearing would definitely let that. But you know that about most people that wear suits in this game, right? It's one of the nicest
Yeah.
things this system actually did was give everybody like inbuilt spacesuits.
That was a novel idea.
Zora can't though.
Yeah,
Can you not?
got my suit.
Like I assume you didn't wear the suit on the way up though. Like that feels weird that you would remain helmeted on the way up potentially, but maybe you did.
I'll have my helmet with me.
Yeah.
I'll put it on. Sure.
I mean, they live in helmet space as far as I'm concerned, right? Like nobody cares about carrying them or whatever. They're just there when needed. So yeah.
That's why I described mine as like an unfoldy
Mhm.
sci-fi bullshit thing.
Because that is pretty much what they are. Let's face it.
Tactical skull.
Yeah.
I think so. She could probably survive in space, but
It's-
looking around through walls and stuff can mess with their drift. I want to go and fuck up their drift drive.
Remember, you're on
That's
your
not-
ship.
We're on
Oh,
foot.
what, on her ship?
Well, you're on
Oh,
the
her
final
ship.
hour, but that is her ship.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
gave it to Zora.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what confused me at first, but
Sorry.
I realised what she was talking about.
Yes, that's why I said it that way, so you wouldn't know where you were headed. Yeah.
I mean, I don't like it. I don't like it a lot.
But do you disagree with it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
The people
Yeah,
on
I
it
disagree with it. I don't.
deserve to control their resources.
I think it's best left alone because no cunt knows about it but us, essentially. And I knew telling her about it was stupid. Fucking.
Sam?
It was a mistake.
So we need to remove that information from her brain.
You have many options and avenues for that, I suppose, to be fair.
To be fair, yeah.
Yeah.
So she's,
I guarantee.
how many people has she got here with her?
The ship was full of Vesk, yeah.
Mm.
Like, it would be...
20, right?
I was going to say, so, I will put it this way. It is ultimately your ship you have had for a long time, right? You have had it for a fair while. But it was her ship, and it is covered in her crew, and who knows how long her crew have been on board for.
Yeah.
And they are also the Obsidian Star. So there's that. So it's not just Vesk Army, it's, Vesk SES, I guess. Yeah. So, yeah, user level 20. Obviously, like, we know you've got, like, it depends what's happened with the Madfin and CC and the Comatose Query, etc. Like, but you've got obviously your weird protocol idea as well. You've got Finalis, who's maybe not a factory default AI that they might be expecting. So, yeah.
That's a description.
Yeah. Considering it looks like Alice rather than Finn. Yeah, that's fair. So yeah, like, I would say that if this had like a little kind of, who's likely to win bar, it's heavily in Matva's favour. It's not an impossible thing, because you are main characters. However, there's like 70 to 80% on her side, just given all the factors. Mostly that there's the two of you, who sometimes hit and miss in combats. Sometimes combats hate you.
Yeah, but if I were to use the weird protocols to just open the vents, like open all the doors and vent them into space.
Okay.
That's pretty good, right?
I mean, it's good if it works, yeah.
That'll change the odds.
Unless
and also,
they're all magnetized to the ship. Right. But yeah, this is all like theory crafting though. I don't want to spend too much time theory crafting, so is there any more player agency combos, or are we good here and we can go back to Zora's reply?
Yeah, you can go back to Zora's reply.
No worries. Cool. So Zora, what are you saying to your former boss?
I mean, we were here on steward business in the end of the day. You would have to
She
take it up with
smiles.
him at this point.
Yes, and Commander Babak has put me in charge of this investigation.
Somehow I do not believe that.
And she slides over to your comm documentation that comes up. Is there an issue?
None.
Excellent. Will you be remaining in orbit or departing?
Departing.
Excellent. Do I need to know where you're going?
No.
Excellent. Take care.
Goodbye.
And she does the signal with her hands to all the Vesk and they start heading off.
Bang, right in the back of the head.
She catches the bullet in her teeth and should put makeup over it so it looked like the back of her head. No, she's not that crazy. Yeah. They get in the shuttle. They leave. Escape
Shit
does
the
her.
shell.
Escape does her.
Fucking shit the shell right now.
Hey, you can try. Escape does her shrug, right? As if no hard feelings. You know what? Business is business type thing. And then she gets in the shuttle with them. Obviously, because, you know. Don't know if you remembered that part where, like, Babak, Mava, and Isabel seem to all be working together.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So, like, the shuttle leaves. So, Zora! In the cockpit. Or the bridge, I should say.
Fire everything.
Are you gonna? I mean, you do have a...
no.
Double fire and immediately jump to drift.
Just, you know, blazing like Apollo 440
Tempting.
Lost in Space soundtrack, yeah.
Tempting.
Okay.
Okay.
And
How are
then,
we going to kill her?
is that what Weird says?
Yes.
They should be taking that fucking egg.
And I think there's a burst of energy in the bridge, and in steps Lyko, Zig, and Sindale. I have found Zig and Lyko.
Captain. It's back!
And Sindale points at Zig and looks back at Zora and says, "Can we now take query to Emma O. Narakas?" And he just nods emphatically.
Also, we need to speak about Zenaida.
And Lyko has words for you.
We need to kill Matt. It's good to see you.
Oh my.
I don't know why, but whatever, I'm on board. Zenaida looks like the readings on Akaton weren't. The equipment wasn't quite as sensitive as it needed to be. The radiation poisoning is more serious than initially detected. It's been slow, but it looks like it's going to be fatal within the foreseeable future. I'm sorry, Zig. I know she was always good to you. Yeah.
Huh.
But it
Is
does great.
is fatal not something that can be avoided? I say, pointing at Sindale.
Oh, maybe reversed.
Sindale just
Avoided?
looks like he's
That's
not been
hard.
paying attention. He goes, "Yes, death, not forever."
Question is whether or not that's something she would want. There are other options, but as far as I understand, the sort of more pleasant version of resurrection is harder to come by.
Hmm.
Unless your skills have developed more than I know, Zig.
Let me read my character sheet.
He says in character, confusing
Yes.
everyone. So why do we need to kill Matva? What's she done? Is this her fault?
No. She wants to take control of the reactor. Yada yada.
She's going to take control of the egg. Ultimately, make a move on Akaton, no doubt.
She's going to bring attention to the egg. She's an idiot.
Yeah.
Babak's in on it.
Of course she is.
Escape's in on it.
They were both together in his meeting room. Of course. This is their pretext for war. They're going to take it, give it to her, blame it on Demogesh. But is Matva really any better than Demogesh in the long term?
No.
Zorda crushing the controls of the cockpit.
I'm sorry to say this, Zara, but it looks like the end game is coming with this sooner or later.
Who takes over if Babak's off the board?
That's a good question.
It'll be
I've been
somebody
out
that
of
has a name, but you wouldn't necessarily
Yeah.
know exactly who it is.
I was just gonna say, like, I've been out of the loop long enough that I don't know who is most likely to replace me.
Commissioner Jordan.
It's Commissioner
about
Dan, Dior Dan.
Jordan.
I'm gonna look into. This is my case, right? I mean, I'll have some words about it. I'm not gonna say I'm gonna reveal everything right away because maybe he already knows. Admitting that I know, it's a whole thing. But if he's working with the perpetrators in the case, he better have some sort of explanation. That could get uncomfortable for him otherwise.
He's moved beyond police work and is now engaging in effectively a coup. Like a
I mean, does Lyco have the thoughts that Colin had regarding the ships? That Babak and Matva seem to be working on.
Yeah. Look, it's not necessarily the pact. We uphold the pact, right? The pact isn't just. It's not just the laws that bind civilians. But this could arguably be in contravention of the pact. Dealing with one Vesk internal faction supplant another. We've got to be really careful here. Babak is squeaky clean. If it comes down to us versus him, that's... Well, let's just say he's not going to have the image issues.
I don't think dooming a city, essentially, by stealing their power source is a squeaky clean manoeuvre.
No, it's not. And that's exactly the problem, because he's remained squeaky clean his whole career. No one is perfect. I mean, you know this. Everyone, we all fuck up. We all get it wrong. Babak doesn't. And that... Listen, I come from a world run by machines. Even they don't think they're completely infallible. No one is squeaky clean.
who's doctoring his records.
Or he's making sure the things never get on the record that should. Either way, being that clean is a sure sign that you ain't clean at all.
And Zora, you could literally show Lyco the fact that you've got a document authorizing Matva to supersede that investigation.
Are you showing him? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you. I mean, I guess we rung an alarm by setting up that little entry.
This is... It looks legit, but you'd have a hard time explaining it, but I bet he's already thought of that.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, someone tried to
I'm
warn us about
about.
Babak. I don't doubt his intentions are good as far as he's concerned. I bet he thinks that this is a smart path. I bet he thinks that Matva is a better choice. Less dangerous for us here in the Pact. But he's wrong. Someone tried to warn us. His ID, on a ship he shouldn't have been on. His ID, the one thing that was missed, the one little piece of evidence this was a stewardship, was his ID in a place it should never fucking been. Someone's been trying to warn us about him.
And see, with that
It's
as well,
Shakos,
I was
isn't
going
it?
to say, with that, we end there, and we have a shot of Shakos waking up from her coma. And that's the end of that session.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, what would you like to call the session?
Have we used false flag before?
I don't think so. I do not think so. But it is getting harder to recall all my session titles.
Because I'm suggesting the shit out of that one.
No.
We have not. We have not used that.
Oh man! I can't believe it came out to the fucking badge, Ryan! I'm very impressed.
Whew. Hey,
Ooh,
doing alright.
that
I think I'm doing okay.
Because sincerely, like, props to you, because if it weren't for the fucking badge, I would be convinced he really was nothing up. But the badge meant that either someone thought that they could set him up, in which case why, or that he was really involved and somehow got stupid.
Right.
Either way, makes you wonder about him. So if it weren't for that fucking badge,
Yep.
One of you meddling kids.
indeed.
You pull off,
Yeah.
obviously, Babak's mask and Zig's underneath it the whole time. Pull off Old Man Guns' mask, it was Zig.
This
Yep.
play smart thing ain't easy, is it? That's all I'm saying. It's just so good that we happen to have the worst possible candidates to do the work. God bless us. Actually, to be fair, probably not the worst possible candidates. Alice could probably have done worse.
Yeah, she'd probably just blew up the reactor. That
Just
would
immediately killed him. Or being confused when he admitted he was lying, because she would go, "Oh, well, that's okay then, because the captain told me."
Yeah.
Um,
As long as, is it for the good of your crew here that you're lying? Because if that's allowed, by the way. Like holding up her fake steward badge. Oh dear. It just says Alice Steward on it.
oh God. I can do what I want. Yeah.
Yeah. The Ron Swanson approach. Yes.
Someone did a really lazy
Before we go
edit of that
too
with
far
the
off, though,
Madison Runner.
can
It's
we-
great.
Let's do that's actually quite good. Let's complete the session title first before we move on. So what's the plan, folks? What's our title? Any other suggestions? Because we did cover a lot this session.
Did
Yeah. Oh, excuse me.
Why?
I'm gonna suggest this one, which is forewarned is foreman.
this is a terrible pun, but I'm gonna make it.
That's what we're here for.
Anyway. It's the return of the.
Okay.
It's
Surely it's the return of the
basically-
rat would be better.
Yeah, like to the tune of Return of the Mac.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
I like
Yeah.
that.
Turn off the red.
Yeah.
Yeah, it works, doesn't it?
Return of the rat. There we go. It's a suggestion as well. It's also good because it implies what a rat could be in a cop drama.
Yeah,
All the cop dramaness that
Mhm.
happened. Yeah.
I'm gonna be a filthy multi-voter today, I think.
Okay. Today.
Wow.
Yep.
I gotta vote for the ratty ones, because
Yeah, that's fair.
the rat-like,
Valid.
Where's my thing? Do you know what? I've not been on Discord properly
Been
for ages.
too long.
It's no longer at the top.
Yeah.
Ah,
Mhm.
my frequently used is empty.
I'll just veto it now. Yeah. Is that okay for you? Weird. Yeah.
No, man.
Oh dear. I'll just give you that. It seems like a valid reaction.
Yeah, that's the unofficial one.
Oh no, that is good. I didn't see that. I tapped out.
It's
That is
not
good.
getting put down officially.
It's good though.
Well, weirdly, it seems like we have a winner. And it was a
Oh, yeah.
hybrid for me and Colin. So,
I think Arnall's winning, man.
what?
Oh no!
I don't know. I don't see it personally.
Wow.
Right, okay, so Return of the Rat is the winner because I'm not putting swearing in my titles, as you know.
That's fine.
Yeah.
The rat fucking summarizes that entirely.
It may do, and I'm sure there have been more appropriate titles in the past that we have similarly disregarded for profanity reasons. However, Beard, why don't you join us in explaining the goals that were done this session?
That would require me to have the document open.
Yes.
But unfortunately, I closed it to look up whether rat fucking was hyphenated or not.
No,
Wow.
no, I think it's not hyphenated because it's not like a compound. It's rat fucking. It's not rat fucking. It's not like
No.
Okay, so that's what you get up to in your pastimes.
Let's just stop. Let's just stop. that was good enough, right? Like, people like the mysteries that are so far. If we just quit here, it could have worked out alright.
We didn't have a
Only
personal hand
we
in the
don't.
death of Gash.
All those sessions ago.
yeah,
but
so
they
we haven't had a
didn't.
personal hand in the death of Gomish, or the death of Death.
Which we can change the map, right?
But technically, having a personal hand in the death of Death is kind of what Lyko did talk about regarding resurrections. though.
Yes.
So
weirdly.
yes.
If we manage to save Finida, that would be technically the hand in the death of Death, right? Because
You know,
she's
why don't you
Um,
just put save Thanida
I could.
as a goal?
Oh, that's a
Nah,
good
man.
idea actually.
have
Because
a personal hand in the death of Death. is
Wait,
just
hold
like-
on, hold on. If we're gonna make it my goal, we've got to phrase it in a proper colony fashion.
Well, I was actually setting it for Callum to have it as his personal
Oh,
goal,
for
but
Callum,
it could be a
wow.
general
Yeah.
goal, right?
There you go then. Who's
Wow.
awe? Whose floating goal is awe?
Oh,
But yeah, that is a good goal for Callum.
yeah.
to be fair.
yeah,
But it doesn't mean say you can't
to
help him
actually
do it. Obviously, that's what I mean. Like, it's just because they're personal, it means you can't assist the people. The only qualifier is the person whose personal goal it is actually bothers to be involved.
There we go. I have a good goal.
You
Got
gotta-
the law.
You have to say it in that special way. Exactly. Thank you.
Dude, I love that where they shout the word law at each other in stupid voices.
Top quality cinema.
Oh, that's good. That's what films should be about.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I like Weird's goal. That's good. So N Matva's influences or heartbeat. Quint, is yours going to be anything related to, I don't know, anything that you discovered this particular
To make
session?
it more serious, I'm going to rephrase it to something to do with the leadership of the stewards. I think Babak's got to go unless he has some very good answers.
Okay.
I don't want to make it something related to the Barai because I think that's sort of secondary to the plot.
So why don't you
And
have
it's good to do.
confront Babak with whatever your qualifier is for, right? Because what's your end goal? What do you want to do out of that? Like, do you want to like learn if
I want
he's
to
on the
either
level?
get him to see how fucking stupid he's been, but I think he's too far gone now, considering he's building ships with them. Which, yes, at the time I was like, "Oh, that's a terrible idea." But my main concern isn't Babak because I do think he's not like a secret Vesk agent. I think he's made the rather silly choice of seeing her as the lesser evil and therefore
Right.
siding with her.
Okay.
So my sort of intention would be either to get Babak in a straight and narrow or to oust him. So to confront Babak over the Vesk conspiracy. The Vesk attack. Vesk.
So like confronting him itself isn't obviously enough
No.
of like a qualifier, but like what do you think like off the back of that? Like what your outcome would be? Clarify if Babak is corrupt.
Well, I honestly think in the most literal sense of the word, he basically is at this point. But it's a
Okay.
question of whether he's actively trying to supplant the pact or if he is doing dodgy shit in order to try
So-
and save it.
Clarify if Babak is bad for the pact.
Clarify his loyalties, I guess.
Sure. Yeah. That's not a bad one. Yeah, because for me that means there's an obvious qualifier, right?
Because if he is doing this in the hopes of engineering a good end for the pact, then I think that's different, even if it is still disagreeable, than if he has just decided to side with Matva.
Yeah, like
flat out.
path to hell paved with good intentions, etc. Yeah, like no, I get you. I get you. Okay. I assume Zora's keeping their goal.
Yep.
Okay. Zig,
Yep.
you've put in fix the night is death. That sounds like you're guaranteeing
I love it.
like, you know, mafia style.
No, it
you're-
sounds like he's going to neuter her
Well-
death, which is appropriate.
yeah, no, yeah, because like I'm gonna struggle, I think, to prevent her from dying. That's gonna be the harder part.
Okay.
Whereas having read my character sheet,
Yeah. You and Cinderella
Ah,
comparing
that's
character sheets.
harder. slightly less hard to deal with the issue of death after death has occurred.
Yeah.
Weirdly, yeah.
Like you and Sindel comparing similar character abilities, yeah, on your sheets.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's got two character
Actually, I've
sheets,
got
which is
options
nice.
as well, which is
Nice. But we'll
Not,
talk about them in the after.
probably not a good thing.
We'll do that in the wrap up. Right, general goals. Are any of them changing? Now that things have changed.
I mean, we found out whomst is responsible.
Okay, who's responsible for the Dazzle reactor attack?
It's Matva by way of the Bank of Abadar? With assistance from the steward. Everyone is responsible, Ryan.
Yeah,
We're all to blame, in a way.
I think
Really an attack.
you know it was Zig though, right? Like, you just know that.
Morally,
Yes.
only. Yeah.
Economically, it was Zig. What was that weird you were saying? Attack?
So it wasn't really attacked anyway.
Yeah.
Just sort of.
But it was a fake attack. It was a classic false flag. Listen, I was listening to Art Bell.
I do agree. You can move over though. Like, yeah, that's a completed goal.
Also, is Art Bell's is Art Bell even alive anymore? Who knows?
Or
Let's
any of
go with
us.
that.
No.
I accidentally googled Tyranid Art Bell. Oops.
Okay, so anyway, move the goal over.
He's dead. Rest in peace, Art Bell.
Right, so we got the empty goal slot. What should it be? What is your next plan as a gang? Besides departing Akaton. Sandale seems very eager for you to deliver query.
I would be very eager for us to agree also. And maybe also, just a thought, if we do decide that the Babak conspiracy is not a conspiracy for the greater good of the Pact, but one to its detriment, that we could make some sort of arrangement with her. Better the devil you know.
That's what we just criticised him for.
Yeah, but this would be us doing it.
Also, you know
Okay.
she ran the stewards in that other universe. So if you think that this is the MO from that universe, which you have theorized before, maybe she has job experience.
That's true.
We theorised that.
Okay, here's my actual idea. What we really need to do is find some way to put me in charge.
Yeah, I'd nominate myself, but I didn't put on brilliant cop display today.
I'm just saying, like, not in charge of everything.
I'm pretty
just
busy
think
with my lead
Stuart
investigator.
needs fresh leadership.
I'll do it. It's fine.
That's when you all end the campaign
I'll
as like
be in
steward
charge.
employees. Like that'd be such a weird twist.
Employer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've learned today, right, no matter how bad an investigator I am, my character's so crazy looking that he'll just get all the information anyway.
That's a good lesson to learn.
Oh, yeah. fair.
Also,
So anyway,
I've talked a
empty
little
goal.
bit-
Empty goal. Let's stay focused. There's an empty goal. What are we putting in it? What is the next thing? So if you've already got one that says hand over query to MO, right? And then ideally, you've then got any other business that isn't covered in a goal somewhere else before you enact plan with the bioweapon.
Probably something to do with find Alice at least, right? We need to find Alice. We can't just leave her in a lab.
Yeah, that might help find Alice. Okay, here's an idea, right? There is a space Madonna, right?
Madonna.
Mm-hmm.
So, here's my thinking.
One that we haven't killed on a bus.
Yep, her name is Rayla.
There
yes.
are alternate universe
There's always
equivalents
time.
of people from our universe. We simply need to find us in the game who would have knowledge. And therefore our characters can meta with or possibly we need to find the universe's Avril Lavigne. I'm not sure which.
Okay. I see your thinking, right? Yeah. Wouldn't you just be the you in this game, though?
Possibly.
So
Or would Colin be this universe's Avril Lavigne?
that's true.
That would be
Actually, that seems
Or
in the
the
outfit.
or the clone that replaced her.
don't do that.
So anyway, buy more yogurts. I don't think it's going to be a valid goal.
If anything, Avril looks suspiciously like she used to. I'm just saying. I'm just saying she spent some money.
But yes, goals.
Not criticizing the women. I love her, but
Goals. So, buy more yogurts to find an Alice. You're just hoping, like, you know, you can just lead her out with, like...
Yeah, choice
if you
yogurt.
reach a critical mass of yogurts,
Yeah.
no.
Well, who do you think has Alice?
MO.
So why not just recover Alice from MO?
That's the plan, hopefully.
Right?
When you put it that way, it's not so sensible.
It's almost like a step-by-step process, and it did seem like MO was going to be a lot more like receptive to even acknowledging she may or may not be involved in such an Alice conservationist project, that maybe if you give her a query, she'll be a lot more amicable.
Yeah.
Right?
That's what I like
Yeah.
about her. She's just openly bad.
Yeah.
It makes dealing with her so much less complicated.
Hey, that meeting you had was so straightforward. Like, unbelievably. It was great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you don't have to worry about them pretending they're not the bad guy, it's fine.
So, yeah. I'm a big fan of MO personally. So, yeah. Okay, there's our goals. Now, since I obviously let Lyko last session spend goals in lieu of having the actual money for his, like, endgame gear, Zig, please keep that in mind when you're building yourself your, like, you know, endgame wish list. Keep it reasonable. But please make a list for Zig to get himself some new gear. I would say try and budget around the 1.5 mil bracket. Try not to exceed that if you can.
I don't know. I need some flares, man.
And we discussed this. We knew the 40k would just go in flares. But
Specifically, yeah.
yeah,
40k.
but I will have you can cash in some of these like general goals, the grey ones that are up here, in lieu of, you know, actually having cash, within reason. The goodwill from, you know, Bob, etc. But this is stuff that would have been acquired on a pre-made list, obviously. You know, Zig's Q-Bob wish list, you know. So yeah, just make sure that's sorted for next week, and ideally, so that I've approved it all, and we can just assume you have it for next week. That would be nice if that could happen. Beyond that, though, let's move into wrap-up chat if that is indeed goals done. So yeah, wrap-up chat. Let's start with our investigators, shall we? So Zora.
Aye, prime investigator, man. Prime investigator. When I realised I didn't have to lie anymore, I was just alright. That's probably just.
See, just that part where you and that guy were just like not making any sense to each other. And it's like, what are we even talking about now? That was peak. That was so good. Oh, it took me a minute to get back to myself. I'm not gonna lie, it did. It was good. Oh.
Yeah, it was good fun. Matt Vaz annoying. Yeah.
Yep.
Would have been nice to bore up.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Felt a bit bad about blowing up the escape, but I mean,
I mean, like getting her killed again. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Be alright, stoked me. To be honest, maybe I'll be stoked me.
Yeah, that's fair. I think as well, like, yeah, obviously things are wrapping up as I've been attempting to say for 3 years. So hopefully it looks like things are like, you're seeing where everything overlaps now, which is nice. Yeah, and who's moving what where, etc. So yeah, I'm excited to see where that goes, and I thoroughly enjoyed just like you and Weird's buddy cop drama. It was see, I'm setting up all the spin-off shows that are going to come from this, right? That's what I need to do.
It was flawless. I got every bit of info we needed other than Bond women ye height.
Like everything confirmed without any confirmation since they turned up anyway. Yep.
Then there's there we go. Confirmation done. Terrorise that poor foreman anyway.
Yeah.
Listen, I still maintain that guy was not
like super corrupt Yoba.
So
Yeah. Oh dear. Yeah, Yoba was pretty fucking corrupt.
If it weren't for Yoba, there probably wouldn't be a massive threat to the future of his city.
Yeah.
was trapped for us. He
Indeed.
single-handedly destroyed everything. He's the bad guy.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Yoba is
If you rearrange the letters of Foreman, Yoba, Zenoshi, you get Urgalas. Do you leave it? No.
Oh no!
Yoba is the query of this universe.
Imagine.
Oh my god. He's,
Even-
he's like the what's the guy? Who am I
Elon
trying
Musk.
to think of?
I don't know. Who are you trying to think of?
I've referred to, weirdly enough, this is a reference I've made before on this stream, which is a bizarre thing to say about this. The guy that probably did actually burn the Reichstag.
Connor.
Do you mean Klaus?
No, that's Klaus Barbie was a Nazi. Reichstag fire.
I'm just trying to think of
This is
things I
some-
didn't want you to mention on stream, going backwards in my files.
This is one of these things that we quite often have to refer back to in our stream for obvious
You
reasons.
don't have to.
No,
Like,
you just do it. But anyway, back in the wrap-up chat.
Vanderloop.
Thank you. Back in the wrap-up chat, thankfully. So Zora, any other thoughts?
Yes. No, that's fine.
No.
It was good fun. Good fun. Screw Matva, screw her back, screw everybody actually, just like S. Katie's words way as well. She's the get out her job. It's shite.
Yeah, like in Isabel's job? No.
Nah man. Nah.
Fair. You know.
Nah.
I mean, she went back to what she knew. You went back to what you know. Lyko went back to what he knew. Just
Yeah.
saying, there's a bit of a pattern. Zig keeps going
Cops
back.
are a wee bit shite as well. Michael
Yeah.
just getting out of there by accident.
He definitely seems like he's not an up and up. Let's yeah.
He's dicks.
So-
All our bosses are dicks. Right.
Surrounded by bastards. My boss
What's
is the worst.
the boss?
That's just
Right.
like Weird's
That's right.
comment slipping under the radar.
I missed that. What?
And the repeat.
I just said my boss is the worst.
Yeah, that's fair.
So Weird.
I like to get it to play. What is it? Crazy Cop. Horrible Cop. Yeah, no, that was
Putting the dict in dictaphone. Yeah.
yeah. It was quickly trying to cobble together what Weird and Zora know about policing. It didn't really carry well, did it?
No.
But,
I imagine like Nix 5 probably knew a lot more about policing, right? Because I assume you were on the wrong side of a lot of, like, say, investigations.
I was on the right side of it as well. I was a contractor,
Yes.
which is that you don't really have to know how the investigation's done.
This is true.
Um,
Or how did you simply
although-
bribe a person you wanted to have the information? That's also like just elusive to the Vesk. Why would they
Yeah,
bribe
although-
when they can just intimidate? It makes perfect sense though. Like, why would they?
Well, I did very specifically think that Weird would know what the definition of entrapment is.
That's
It
also.
does seem fitting. Yeah.
That's probably come up before.
Also, didn't you like air quote legally represent Query briefly?
He did.
Like I feel like
use his head off. So,
It went well.
yeah,
I felt.
yeah,
well, the best defense is a good offense.
yeah,
And if you ever find yourself in court,
yeah.
if you just tear the prosecutor's head off,
You can't prosecute you anymore. Someone
exactly.
else will have to. But
I was gonna say that's the law. It's not, obviously.
Double jeopardy. They can't charge you twice.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. I was just thinking. I guess like
which is why if you do a crime, you should always do it again.
plus, I guess like
That's why they
speaking of
catch
people that
serial
hate their
killers.
bosses, like Edgar didn't like his boss either. Now that I think about it, so yeah, was the game just
Is
called
this
Horrible
basically what
Bosses?
this is about? Yeah.
It's all a Marxist statement this entire time.
I mean, I think you've said that a lot throughout the like 4 calendar years we've had this game. So yeah,
I know.
that's fine.
But I have a type. Yeah, no, I thoroughly enjoyed getting Zig back, of course.
Yeah.
My boy, my baby boy.
We know you're the favorite, according to the order.
Of course I am.
Mhm.
Favorite, most effective,
Mhm.
Most expensive.
Fair.
Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah, I spent a lot of the money. Cal, sorry, that's why you're using the goals.
Yeah. Don't make it sound like they're somehow lesser than money.
Okay, it's probably only have 40k left.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And
It's okay though, because Zig doesn't need a lot of monetary
oh, that's good because I still need another 3 million for the rest of my list that I cut off. Yeah, that's can't really think too much else. It's just good to kind of get back into the swing of things properly.
Good. Yeah.
I know we did stuff last week, but yeah. 2 sessions in a row. It's spoiling us.
I know. And a full house this week, which was nice. It was nice. A lot.
Oh god. Fuck.
It's okay.
Full House.
Fuller House.
Brady's Bunch.
Yeah.
I was going to try and make some sort of American mid-20th century sitcom joke, and I just didn't have one. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Weird? Anything else, bud?
Nope.
Okay. Lyko.
Aye. I am very happy today for various reasons.
Okay.
And most of it's down to the session, so thank you guys. I had a really good time.
Good. I'm really glad.
I was so chuffed the way it worked out at the end there, because it was literally the reason that I felt that Babak was even still remotely suspicious was that fucking ID card. Literally the only reason. Because other than that, I was like, oh, this guy's in my wavelength. He might do some shady things behind the scenes, but he knows it needs to be done, etc., etc.
Mm-hmm.
But this is completely insane. And the only reason I was remotely suspicious of the guy was because of the fucking ID card, which clearly he didn't leave.
Yeah.
Which meant that someone else left it, and I was like, oh well, who could it? Mm. Yeah, so that was a lot of fun for me. I enjoyed bewildering Helene also.
Yeah, it was fantastic fun. Yeah.
I kind of had the feeling you might make Cindy turn up just because of how weirded out she got about it, and I was very pleased that turned out to be true.
He almost appeared last session, but I held off because I'm like, I wanted to maneuver Zig mainly.
Yes, I was very chuffed as well to have Zig turn up. Obviously, it's great to have you back, Callum. You have been missed for the 4 sessions you managed to run.
It feels like
it's been months.
Because it should be more. That's why it feels like it should be more. But it was good to have you back, and it was a suitably Zig entrance. So he's just back now. It was good. So I'm really pleased to have you back. It was also a lot of fun watching the role reversal, where we have the Captain Weird trying to do the cop thing, and it obviously went about as well as me trying to do high-level engineering.
Fair.
Yeah, that's how it looks.
It was great. It was wonderful. It was so intensely weird, and I don't just mean that with a Y.
That's true.
Yeah, no, I just am constantly bewildered by Nico's decision to make a face character. So, why did you do this to yourself?
I don't know.
Because he's a masochist. He's just this is fun for him. That's all I can.
Every time you get into a conversation, like, oh fuck, I hate this. This is horrible. No, it's great. It was genuinely. I can't imagine how uncomfortable that guy must have been.
Yeah.
Fuck him though. To be fair, fuck him.
Yeah, he's a corrupt foreman and like a fucking backwater. No offense,
not somewhere you want to have a corrupt foreman. If you're gonna have a corrupt foreman anywhere, make it like a fucking steel plant or something, you know. But yeah, that was great fun. Weird session. A lot of talking, but real plot development and some real character stuff going on there as well. Yeah, no, that was great. I thank you for running, and thanks to everyone.
Thanks for playing.
It was really good having us all back together, and I look forward to more of that.
No, good. Thank you. And Zig.
It was fun. It was really good. It was so nice to be back.
It was nice to have you back.
I mean, oh man, that the foreman and the captain were just. It was something else.
It was great.
It was perfect. It was just I don't think I've laughed.
Can I delete this
That's
stuff now,
hard to do.
guys? Is this like legit? Am I allowed to delete like the stuff that we hid on the GM there? Like, can that stuff go?
Probably.
Like,
I imagine so.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
he did
That's
come back.
awful.
Uh,
Yes,
so, like,
I remember that stuff.
yeah, so I'll just delete all that. There we go.
Um,
It's now deleted. It's gone. It's not even in the GM layer. It's deleted.
Wow! Wow! That hurt.
Is your feeling is it a dark time?
Yes.
Betrayal.
Someone had been drinking. You know it is.
Oh, I see. I see. Oh
And
well.
it wasn't me.
So I am announcing my retirement. For
We just undo those.
No.
Yep.
maybe just save them for later.
Nah, they're gone.
No, it was so nice to be back. Obviously it was nice to be Zig. It was nice to see Radiant Supreme Zig as well.
Yeah.
That was great. With his robot arm.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to getting a robot arm. Even though I don't believe in fate.
You know exactly where you're getting that arm as well, I'm sure.
Oh, got spares.
Yeah, I'm
Fair.
also I'm actually quite looking forward to either attempting to prep to raise some bitches or
Nice.
let them die.
Okay.
See, going through my characters, Zig's very weirdly diversely built, I think is probably the best
Okay.
description for Zig. Because we've got the kind of, nicey healy stuff, including actual like resurrection stuff, which is quite nice, which I forgot about. Or we've got less nicey necromancy side of things. So I don't know. I don't know where that's going.
Bone Sage Zik, maybe?
Bone Sage Zig, yeah.
Hmm.
It's an ending that I didn't consider until this point.
These are obviously the prestige classes of the game.
Yeah. It's also really interesting as well. That obviously we saw Radiant Supreme Zig, but also when Zig was talking to Urgalas before, he did suggest that Zig had brought him or is bringing him stuff and things, or giving him things. So, that might play into the not believing in that whatever has been seen as certain and things like that.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see. I'm nervous. But there is one thing I'm sure of.
Yeah.
Hang on. Zig is not at fault. Wee, 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 wee. There you go.
Nice.
I want all these audio files. That's all I'm saying. That's so good. Yep. Just if we ever do lose you on a session, I can supplement you in. That's so good.
I had to remember which order they were in. They are
Nice.
not in the right order to be played.
Please label them all.
Alright,
But
yeah,
yeah.
I have to.
But yeah, anything else, bud?
Starfinder. There you go.
Thank you.
It's like the video of Homer. That's you know the one.
Oh, it was good.
Siren, when you watch this back, as I'm sure you do as our loyal fan, remember, get Simpsons in the card if it's not already.
Yeah, that's fair. To be fair, that's a good reference point. Yeah.
Oh, thanks for having me back. Thanks for running. It was awesome.
Thanks for coming back. I guess. Yeah.
Awesome.
After the big break that we had of actual time rather than the session numbers. Please look at the dates when you are looking at this in context. People who are watching this back for legal reasons in the court.
Or the archaeologists.
Or yeah, the archaeologists. They're like, this is their primary method of communication. Lying to
Where
each
does
other
society go
creatively.
wrong?
Here. Oh,
No, I wouldn't call this a start.
No, that's fair. Not
I
even
think
like a turning point.
there's been a lot of slope before now.
Yeah, that's fair. Thank you all for playing as well. This was a super fun session for me to run. To be honest, the amount of stuff I got to kind of convey to use as players was really good. The way in which you got to the information was equally entertaining. So yeah, that was fun. Nice array of NPCs for me to be this week. So I look forward to next week and the fucking chaos that will unfold there. Until then, thank you to everybody who watched. Thank you, Siren, as well, if you made it this far. And by that I mean the rewatch. I know you went to bed early. And all my other normal things I say. Goodbye, everybody. Say goodbye.
Bye.
Bye,
Bye,
everybody.
everybody.
Bye.